You can hear it's raining here. Who's with us? Okay. Frank Nodobody, are you still here, my friend? Looks like you could well be. Good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? Good evening, TrampCasters. Is this a joke? Why do church bells ring at 4 p.m. on Sundays? Asks Frank. I'll wait for the punchline if indeed it is a joke. And we'll wait for people to arrive. And I will move my strawberry jam out of the way, maybe, before it leaks on my bed. Fabrizio Fama, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Fabrizio. Okay, folks, I'll give it a minute for people to arrive. I'll wait till the 2-minute mark and then I'll do the intro. And we'll take it from there. Audio check. Can you hear me okay? It is raining a little. It is raining a little bit. Hold on. It looks like I forgot to do the live chat thing already. I'm already missing people. Twerk artist. Please stream in the day sometimes. I sometimes do. In fact, if today had been a nice day, I was going to cook and do a live stream this afternoon. But it wasn't that great a day. It wasn't sunny, and it was a little bit windy at times. Today's been a strange one. Whoa, did I get you? I don't think I did. I've had a lot of little flies in the tent this week, and I discovered why today. We shall cover it, folks. We shall get to it. I think I should apologise to everybody for Friday night's stream. I just wasn't in the mood. I wasn't feeling it. I probably shouldn't have done the stream. We'll have a second go at covering the week's events. We've got some science topics to discuss, and also websites or YouTube channels I've been watching, TV programs I've been watching, things I've downloaded. We'll have a discussion about some of that. A major discussion point for this week, though, is today's weather. It's been on my mind pretty much all week. As you can hear, it is throwing it down now. It was supposed to rain all day, and every hour as we approach the turn of the hour, the prediction for how much rain in the next hour would evaporate. All day long they've been putting it off and putting it off, and now suddenly they were just talking about 12 millimeters in the 2 while 3 slot. So if we manage to do the 4 hours, folks, you'll be here with me through torrential rain if we go past the 2 o'clock, which is 4 hours. It's 10 o'clock here now. So if we do the if we go to 5 hours or 4.5 hours, you should get the real deal. We shall cover that. Okay, I said I was going to do the intro on 2 minutes. We're now on 3.5. Let's begin. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out in Torrevieja, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Mainly Americans. Someone, I've lost my train now. A bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately, given this weather, in a tent in a field. And even more fortunately, in a tent with 2 big tarps over the top of it, because this tent is now porous and has plenty of rips in it. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. That's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca South, in the Alicante region, which in turn is part of the Valencia Comunidad, the Valencia community. We're on the Mediterranean coast, literally 150 meters to the cliff top. Which someone threatened to push me off. My hater channel decided to announce that he was going to come down here, fight me and win so convincingly he was going to push me off the off the cliff tops. I'm still waiting for my dance, my friend. Anytime you're ready, let's dance. You see, I don't make threats. It's an invitation to dance. We can do the tango or the waltz, maybe. A little hint to our friend with his 3 followers on YouTube. Making threats like that will get you in trouble with YouTube and potentially with the police. Threats of violence. Now, an invitation to mutual combat or to a dance, perhaps, won't get anybody in trouble. Just a little legal lesson for you, my friend. Okay, folks, let me get a quick swig of beer. No coffee tonight. I wasn't standing out there making coffee in this. I did just have to run out and take her ladyship for a quick walkies. It wasn't raining quite as heavily at that point. And we're back. I'm guessing that's atmospherics, folks. Thick clouds and heavy rain overhead. I guess the tablet here struggle. Reconnecting, you are live, but am I? Am I really? Because I've just been talking to myself for so long. Is there anybody out there? Okay. Is there anybody out there? Okay, that is working. Okay, that is working. Hold on. I need to close that now. Let's wait and see if the people arrive. I've just sat here talking to myself for 10 minutes while it said 0 people were watching. Let's see if that's corrected it and brought it back. It didn't tell me I was disconnected. So maybe I was, maybe I wasn't, I don't know. Say hello in chat. I've literally just sat here talking to myself while it said 0 on the counter for people viewing. I figured it was just the counter that was out of sync, but I went on the tablet to try and watch me and I couldn't connect to me. So I came out of the stream and came back in. See whether that fixes anything. I now see 3 people here. Frank, I'm here. Okay, I'm here, no Delta Mike. I'm here. Now, I'm here now, Delta Mike. Okay, mate. Cheers, Frank. I don't know how long I was gone. It didn't tell me I was disconnected. It's just when I tried to view it myself on the tablet, I couldn't bring it up. I got chat. But yeah. Let's cheers to those of you that are sticking with me during this. I feel like Noah. I got some wood outside. Maybe I should have been building a fucking ark. When is St. Swithin's Day? Have I got the right one? If it rains on St. Swithin's Day, it rains for 40 days. Is that the one? When is it? I hope this isn't it. St. Swithin's Day, 2026. Oh, it's ages away. July. If it rains on St. Swithin's Day, it'll rain for 40 days. But if it's fair, 40 days of fair weather. Well, at least this isn't that. We've only had 45 minutes of it. But it was bloody fair went for it. This is eased off quite a bit. I don't know whether you can hear that. I assume you can. Mark, MC Happy Camper, hello my friend. I'm glad people are back with me. I sat here for a full 10 minutes with it saying zero people on the counter, but I figured that was just the counter that wasn't connecting. I'm not sure what it'll be interesting to watch back According to the counter here, we're on 34 minutes. I've been broadcasting, yeah, about that. But I don't know whether it was actually getting to YouTube or not. The strongest El Nino is coming, warming of surface ocean temperatures in the Pacific. Yeah, I've read that. I've got no idea. You're going to need a big boat, Mike. You're going to need a bigger boat. Okay, a Jaws reference. There you go. We're going to need a bigger boat. And an oxygen tank and a rifle. Just in case. Been broadcasting for about 10 of that 34. What a fucking disaster. What a disaster. Honestly, I sat here talking to myself because the app said I was live still. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow when I watch it back. It's going to be an interesting one. I haven't watched Friday's back yet. I was a little bit disappointed in myself, as I mentioned before. I wasn't in the best of moods. The best of spirits. It's only the clocks going forward and the time change. The fact that I can't get a nap in the... I didn't get a nap tonight. Even drawing the curtains on the bedroom. Closing the door on the bedroom doesn't make it dark enough. So I just sat here listening to crappy AI sci-fi stories again. Okay. I'll give it another few minutes and see whether we recover our audience. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks, if you haven't already. I did the intro before. The intro for the channel. I didn't really do the intro for the program. I haven't really got an intro for the program itself anymore, have I? The intro I had referenced the program that I no longer do. Did you get to watch the splashdown on the spacecraft that went around the moon? No. Artemis 2, is it? I wasn't that bothered about it, to be honest, Frank. I don't think there's much in the way of science to be had flying around the moon. Engineering wise, we did it 57 years ago. It's nice that we can still do it. I'm sure there's improvements in technology and computers and all of that help. It just didn't grab me. So I haven't bothered with it. Artemis 3, which is where they're going to practice coupling with the landing vehicle. It was done 60 years ago. They haven't picked the landing vehicle yet. And I'm not sure that a vertical landing on when they do vertical landings on Earth, they do it on really smooth platforms and landing pads. Okay, there's the sea, there's the rafts at sea, the barges, whatever they call them. But a cratered, stony, rocky surface. We haven't even done that on Earth. How are you going to do that with people aboard for the first tap? How are you going to do your first landing on a rocky surface with people on board 250,000 miles away? That's crazy, in my humble opinion. The radiation metering, Van Allen belt and all that. You spend so little time in there, it kind of doesn't matter, does it? It's like it's the equivalent of an MR. I was going to say an MRE. I've been watching Scruff Dog too much. It's the equivalent of an MRI scan. It's stronger radiation, but you're in it for so little time because you're travelling at X number of thousands of miles an hour or whatever. And yeah, total radiation for the trip. Yeah. but it didn't grab me. It didn't grab me. Pretty much nothing that we haven't done before. It was 60 years ago. Don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a grumpy old man. It's 0.6 Earth gravity. The moon, I thought it was less than that. The moon's tiny. Isn't its diameter is like the width of Australia? Diameter or radius? Diameter. What 3,000 miles? Maybe 4? I don't know. Pick a number. Pick a number and multiply by however many. I don't know. And they're picking out locations for moon bases. I don't think Artemis 4 is going to happen. Landing vertically on the moon. See, for coming back, we reverted to a capsule with heat shields like the Apollo missions. The Boeing one, now I know Boeing fucked the whole project up, but having the capsule come down and then fire retro rockets and go for kind of a soft landing on solid ground, that was an engineering challenge. That we had something to learn there. That would have been progress for mankind. They kept fucking up with the parachutes or whatever, didn't they? As it was coming down and the parachutes slow it down, and then it was supposed to release and do almost like sky crane on Mars with retro rockets. I don't know, folks. If there's no science to be had and little in the way of new engineering, what's it for? It's kind of impressive that they managed it, and the old blokes that did it first time around are not here. They didn't help them. They weren't here to work on it with them. They're all gone, more or less. So I guess it's impressive that after 60 years we've managed to relearn, recreate. Ish. Impressive-ish. I don't know, mate. Maybe it's just me being a grumpy old fuck. I don't know. So Mark, what's a full live landing? They want to build a station on the moon. They do at the South Pole, where there's ice in the craters for water and for separation into hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel, and see if there are other resources. I don't think there'll be oil. Oil is organic chemistry, isn't it? You're not going to have oil, but other things. Yeah, the rare earth metals in particular, but also the water. The water will be the biggie, because if you can launch from the moon to go other places with the lower gravity, you'll be able to get so much more propulsion, so much more velocity or whatever, or just use less fuel. The moon is a jumping pad for Mars. Yeah. We lost the folks. We lost all the folks who knew how to build them. We lost the blokes that rode on top of them. They've all aged out now, haven't they? They're all either dead or I don't want to say senile, but you know, Buzz Aldrin. As far as I understand it, he's now well, I haven't got the vocabulary and I don't want to besmirch the man's name, but suffice to say, he's aged out. And we've only got 4 of the 12, haven't we? 4 of the guys that walked on the moon. Is it 4 of the guys that walked on the moon, or is it 4 of the 12 that walked on the moon, or is it 4 of the 18 that went? Including, you know, the ones that stayed in the orbiter. I don't know. I'm not quite sure of the numbers. Buzz was a bloke who never drank and never smoked. Yeah, and he'd smack anyone that said that he didn't go. Because he was in his 80s, and he laid a bloke out who called him a liar, a moon landing denier, conspiracy theorist. He laid him out. Bloke's in his... He's either in his late 70s or in his 80s, and he smacked the guy and laid him out. I couldn't stand the chick's hair flying around inside the capsule. That's my old man complaint. And we've seen that before, haven't we? They've done that on the International Space Station and stuff. Yeah, you'd think you'd, I don't know, have it cut decently, or have a ponytail, or a bun. I don't know. But I guess you're not allowed to tell people what to do anymore. And depending on their race, it's going to be sexist if you're telling a woman she can't have her hair flapping about, and if they're not white, then you're racist as well. Might have smelled better than the rest of the capsule. As I understand it, these places always smell quite rank. Any human off-gassing and other human smell, it's got nowhere to go, has it? The untethered spacewalks amaze me. Relying on thrusters must be scary as fuck. Training. Scotty, hello my friend. Is that your first comment? Am I on... Oh shit, look, I'm on Top Chat. Because I was switching between to try and make sure, to see if anyone was there. I've left it on Top Chat. Let me scroll back and make sure I haven't missed anybody. I got into trouble for that the other day. NASA, never a straight answer, said Robert. I didn't see that one, you see. You were hidden by Top Chat. Need water, and we already know there's fuel on the moon to use oxygen height. Yeah, as soon as you've got water, you've got rocket fuel of a sort. Mark watched the lunar landing back in '69 too. I saw Man on the Moon, but not the first one. I was less than a year old when Armstrong and Co did their thing. I said this the other night. I was sat on my potty, aged 2.5, maybe 3 at a push. Whatever age you are when you sit on a potty, practicing your toileting. I watched them driving around on the buggy, and I've got half a recollection of playing golf, but it's possible that I've picked that up from viewing things after, because I think, didn't Buzz Aldrin play golf? I don't know whether any of the later ones did. So that might be me misremembering, merging memories. Or Mandela effect, I don't fucking know. Let me just scroll back a few more, see if I've missed anybody else. They want to use the moon as a launch pad to Mars. That is indeed the case. Although they've got other... Buzz Aldrin wasn't a fan of that. What he wanted to do was have a permanent... something that orbited Earth and slingshot off to Mars, orbited Mars and slingshots back, and this thing's supposed to do that whether there's anybody on it or not. It just does that permanently once it's up there, and when it approaches Earth, you get on board, you meet it and get alongside, transfer over and get a free ride over, or dock with it and get a free ride over. That was Buzz Aldrin's favourite approach, because it would permanently be there. So all you have to do is launch to meet it. to rendezvous. Different strokes for different folks. Let me just scroll back a few more. Robert retracted a message. I hope that wasn't calling me all the names. And just tuned in, pal, said Scott. And now it started jumping on me, so I was afraid of her getting caught in the control, says Mark. Yeah, okay. The woman went in to fix the shitter. To fix it or to clean it? No, shush. Now I am being sexist. That was Scotty with the untethered. Yeah, I mean, going way back, wasn't it was it the 1980 Olympics? No, 1980 was Moscow, was it? 84 in America, maybe, where they had the EVA, extravehicular activity thruster pack, and the astronaut flying around above the crowd. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Apollo 12 was golf. Was it the only one that was golf? I know. Hold on, 11. Oh, I've lost my numbering. It was 12 Armstrong and Aldrin. 11, 12, 11. I don't know. I can't remember my numbers now. I've confused myself. Oh, I was just reading that hair had to something or other. That hair had to have passed NASA breakage rules and regulations. Hair looked fine for flights, no split ends, no breakage. But could you weave it together and form the space elevator? Okay, now I'm being silly. Okay, Mark was afraid of her hair getting caught in the controls. That's where I got when it jumped on me. I think I've seen the rest, unless there's anything really hiding from me. Apologies, folks. When we came back live, I was on Top Chat rather than all messages. How's Sweet Tina doing? Frank asked a while ago. Sorry, mate, I didn't see that at the time. She's okay. She was a bit antsy the other night, Friday night, and she was a bit strange yesterday all day, real nuisance. But today, she seems okay. I mean, obviously she doesn't like this noise, this plink, plink, plink on the plastic. But she looks to have settled down. She's not asleep, but she's not sat up panting like she was the other night. I think that might have been partly temperature. When we got into bed the other night and we had the four layers over us, 2 quilts. I don't know how to explain quilts to Americans. Think comforter but more padded. Quilted. I mean, what can I say? 2 bits of fabric with some padding in between and some stitching to turn it into a pattern thing. So 2 of those and 2 blankets. So with these 4 layers, and I was really warm myself, and I had Tina laying against me, and it was just incredibly warm and hot. And then I looked on the phone, and it was 19 degrees, which is stupid hot. We've been at like 9 and 10 degrees most nights. To suddenly have a night at 19 was a little bit unexpected. So now I'm laying on top of 2 of the layers and only 2 over the top, and it's a lot better. But if Tina lays right against me, as she often does, she'll push backwards into me, and then it can get quite hot. And if you remember a few years ago, not last winter, but the ones before, I didn't wear long pants at all during winter. I was in shorts. Either the whole winter, or only put long pants on for a very short period. And even during the days, I would switch to shorts and put the long pants on as the sun went down. This year, for some reason, mainly because I haven't dug any shorts out, I stayed in the long pants. I'm sleeping fully clothed in long pants in the bed, with a warm dog pressing against me and 19 degrees at night. I can't tell you, 19 Celsius is 38 minus 4, 34, 68? 69, isn't it? Nice. Shush. Childish. It's like I'm a 15-year-old boy again. Let me just go back a couple more. You're going to need a bigger boat. You see, yeah, there's messages that... I saw those. I just didn't see Frank's asking how Tina was. I'm working forward again, folks. I'm coming forward. People saying hello, Scotty. Hi, Frank. Okay. Apollo 12 was golf. I saw that. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon, said Robert. Yeah. I remember all of the first launches. You're old, Mark. What can I say? The Mercury missions, the Apollo missions were more advanced. John Glenn first to orbit the Earth. And the oldest to go back afterwards. Some 50 years later or thereabouts. Hannah, hello Hannah. Sorry, how far behind am I? That was 22:54. Oh, I'm only 3 minutes behind. Has anyone heard of the new movie with Ryan Gosling called Project Hail Mary? Heard of it? I've downloaded the audio book. I don't know much more about it than that, other than that. We say quilt too. I think you do, but historically it's a different thing. Like a patchwork quilt, like the AIDS one, the HIV one, where everybody makes a little square and puts it crochet or knits. I don't know if you knit them, crochet them, or if they're little padded squares, and then you put them together and make a bigger one. Similar idea. It's fabric with padding in between. But I've tried explaining quilts to Americans before, and they've been like, "What's that?" So I explain it as being similar to a comforter is as close as I get, but I don't really know, because I don't really know what a comforter is. What's with the retracted messages? Is this just... You don't have to retract messages over typos. If you say something like inopportune or offensive or something, fair enough, but I can work out most typos. I'm fairly good like that. Oh, it was MMA. I didn't get that the other night. You said first competitive fight. Youngest son had his first competitive MMA fight last night. Won by way of knockout in the first round. Wow. Excellent. Hope the other guy was alright. That's always your worry when you knock someone out. To be honest, you don't really worry about it initially. Not for the first 20 seconds or so. If they don't move or get up within 20 or 30 seconds, then you might worry. Usually you're more proud that you've just sparked them out, but that's... Girls like short shorts. No. This may be an American thing. Trump was booed at his own UFC event. Whoops. He's quite the divisive character, isn't he? He divides me on my own. Some of his policies I like, some of them I dislike. Some of the things he says are just off the fucking wall, fucking out there. Saying that a civilization will end tonight. Was that Friday night, Thursday night, whenever that was? If he'd said a regime will end tonight, because he mixed his messages, didn't he? A civilization will end, and then he was all fucking God praise the Iranian people. He makes it so easy for his opponents to distort his messages. They don't even have to distort them. They just present one half of it. Yeah. Quite the divisive character. David Letterman, Trump or Monk. Oh, is this like what? Who said what or who? Was it the monkey? There's a monkey that can sign, or there was the one that used to use like a big keyboard. It'll be one of those, won't it? Who said this? It's scary what young people were taught. Hold on. I do need to scroll back. They used to have quilt parties sewing squares together. People learning home economics and sewing and stitching and quilting and crochet, knitting. What's the other one with the cotton bobbing and 6 or 8 nails and you do all of that? I don't know. Farmer, have you just stepped back in, Fabrizio, or were you here all along? It was a bit from the late 90s. The Trump or monkey thing. Okay. Let's go around it. Farmer steps in and welcomes everyone else that's already here. I love it. It's like when I get welcomed to my own stream. This rain's really not letting up, is it, folks? We're 1 hour in, and 10 minutes of that 1 hour, maybe more, I was talking to myself. I even had an indicator on screen telling me I was talking to myself. It's going to be interesting to play this one back tomorrow. Farmer's looking back through the whole chat history to see who's here. Did Hannah say anything? Normally she'll say something after she says hello. Have I missed? Oh gosh. I don't want to do like I did with Marie the other night. Said hello. She said hello. I said hello back, and then it jumped about, and I missed her kind of follow-up comments or her introductory comments. So then she was saying hello, and I didn't know why. Well, I don't think I've missed anything. There's nothing sticking out at me now that strikes me that I've missed. Oh, I've gone back a long way. There was Hannah. Hi, Mike and Tina. Did you catch, if you're still there, Hannah, did you see Tina yet or not? Just step back in. You're watching another stream alongside or just away from keyboard? Oh, I do have a... Oh, do you know what? I could add... After I finish this and I add it to the... what do they call them? Playlists. I add it to the TrampCast and TrampCast Hangout playlists. I could also add it to the Rain in Spain Falls Mainly on Me playlist, couldn't I? It hasn't let up at all, has it? This is the lightest it's been since we started. And at that point where it's so heavy rain that the radio signals couldn't get through. I was talking to myself for 10 minutes. Chat was still working, but there wasn't enough bandwidth. I'm not sure, because I had to do it with 2 devices. I'm not sure if there just wasn't enough bandwidth for me to download the signal while also uploading, or if there wasn't even enough for me to upload the video. I don't know whether it will be there as one continuous stream without a big 10-minute gap in the middle. I'll have to wait and see tomorrow. How's that field with that rain? I don't look. I'm not sticking my head out to look, but I'm worried because I can hear the vehicles on the top road, on the main road, going through basically a ford. They're basically running through a huge puddle the full width of the road, which means we'll have a stream running down this road. It means that the storm defences at the top of the field will be filling up, because I've said in the past we had some bamboo growing in the exit point of that trench where it's supposed to exit. So along the top of the field there's a big trench about waist deep at one point, and then it comes out at the end only about yay deep and crosses the road, the track, not the big road, but the little track down here. It crosses that at the top, and then it goes off and falls down a gully and off to the sea. But we had some bamboos growing at the part where it exits the trench to cross the road. There's a load of bamboo, so the council sent men to get rid of the bamboo. So they came in with the strimmers and cut it down, and where it fell, they left it. And they didn't cut it low enough to the ground anyway, so it's already an obstruction. You can't see how much it's already an obstruction, kind of 6 inches high. But then there's the detritus, there's the old reeds, or whatever you want to call bamboo, sticks, I don't know. Canes, there's the word. But they've left those just lying across the gully, across the trench. So basically they added an extra blockage to what was already a blockage. I keep threatening to get a shovel of some description and going in and digging it out myself, but it's difficult. The financing of buying a shovel and then doing the work with a dog. Where's Tina while I'm doing this? I can't be holding her back end up and be digging the trench out. Mark McCabe says, my mum used to sew her own clothing. Mine, in the 70s, my mum made me and my sister all our clothing. Jeans, jumpers, that's a sweater for anyone who's not British. Jeans, sweaters, my sister's dresses and skirts and things. Yeah, no, my mum, she had the sewing machine where you just razz this, you set all these individual prongs, I don't know what they're called, needles, prongs, I don't know, and then you just razz this machine along backwards and forwards, and out comes a sheet of knitting. That doesn't sound right, does it? And then you stitch it or do whatever you do and turn that into a tube and and you do the body and the sleeves and whatever. I don't fucking know. Knit one, purl one, knit one, purl one. I don't know. She used to do all the she could do it manually as well, all the crocheterie, but also the knitting machine. She also had sewing machines and overlock machines and very, used to be her job once upon a time. And she'd always tell the tales of how you could quit one, if you didn't like a job, you just quit on a Friday afternoon, and by Monday you'd have another job. You just walk down the road to the next sewing factory, get a job. She did this, so she's from Yorkshire, from Barnsley, but she ended up working in a sewing factory in Blackpool, and then transitioned to working at some sort of concert venue. Saw the Beatles and saw the 60s pop icons. Yeah. Grew up on our farm. Ancestors built in the 1860s when Abraham Lincoln's like, okay. Been in the family a while. What are you drinking, Mike? I'm just on lager today. I was about to walk Tina, and as a preliminary step I would have gone out and put the gas ring on to boil some water for my coffee. But just as I was putting my shoes on and getting ready, it started raining. I wasn't going to stand outside waiting 5 or 10 minutes, probably more in the rain, because it's obviously it saps the heat away from the pan. So I just put my coat on, ran out with the dog, ran out with Tina for a quick, probably less than 5 minutes. We got out the tent, she did what she needed to do, we had a little walk, we turned around, we came back, it was raining. She didn't want to be out in it. She hates water. Apart from when it's in a drinking bowl. So I'm just on lager. I couldn't have coffee tonight. I had some earlier. I had some coffee. I think I did some about 7 o'clock. So I am shortly going to have to go and alleviate the situation. I'm on beer for now. I've got this one here. I've got the 3 that form the traditional tripod upon which the lamp stands, the lantern stands. That's a tradition on the channel. And when this one finishes, it goes under the lamp and one of the full ones comes out ordinarily. Tonight at some point I may, depending how long we go, I've got a bottle of wine in the fridge. I may, my friend Adela who visited, shortly we're going to run through the events of the week in a proper way, unlike on Friday when I fucked it up. We're going to run through the events of the week. My friend Adela came on Easter Monday. Can you believe Easter was only last weekend? Unless I'm... yeah, no. It's less than a week ago. Or just a week ago. But my friend Adela came around, Spanish friend, the less I knew before I was homeless. One of the few people I'm in touch with from before I was homeless. And she brings me a bag of food every now and again, and maybe some goodies. She brought me a bunch of, like cinnamon buns, but in a sauce, in a cinnamon jus, would you say? And also a separate cake, which was a swirl of a cake, and in the centre was like a Kinder egg, Kinder Surprise. Unlike in America, the bubble with the toys is inside the chocolate egg. I know in America that's illegal, because you don't understand that you can't eat plastic toys. Sorry, joking, friendly dig. In Europe we know not to eat the plastic toys. Cheers folks. It's called Emdbrouw. It's just it says premium lager, but it's a bog standard lager. It is 33 centilitres, it's 330 ml. That's, I have no idea. In terms of pints, it's about 2/3 of an American pint, is it? I don't know American pints in mils. I would guess 440, but I don't know where I'm pulling that from. Let's have a look. Alcohol by volume is only 4.5, so it's more of a session beer than a get drunk beer. It's a keep on drinking beer. And if that's instruction, I will obey. But again, this was Mikey Yo-Yo who sent me the money last week, was it? Labelled get yourself beer. Apparently he was typing a longer message, but something went wrong, and he had to start again. He just typed a short message. Go get yourself some beer with his donation. Folks, PayPal donate link at the top. I thought I'd just sojourn. I'd just take a sideways step there into the e-begging bowl. The bowl is out. The PayPal link is there. Only if you've got the money, only if you've got it to spare, and only if you want to. There's no... Well, I've got to be careful what I say. Since early December, when I had plenty of money in the PayPal account, I've been telling people no need to donate, I'm okay, I've got enough. And I went and spent a chunk, didn't I? When we get into the... I will shortly, after I've got the loo maybe, as soon as I come back, we'll discuss the week in more detail. But it's not even this week. It was last Saturday. So last Friday, the one kind of 10 days ago, 9 days ago, whenever that was. Oh look, it's almost stopped. 9 days ago, I took receipt of my 2 new solar panels. 100 watt flexible lightweight solar panels. As some of you will know, my heavyweight glass and aluminium solar panel that I'd had for 2 years got blown over in a strong wind 5 or 6 weeks ago, I'm guessing, and landed on 3 stones, and the whole thing just crackled like a crackle glaze, like a bullet hole with the like a cobweb with the fractures going everywhere, and all 3 crossed each other and intermingled and made these tiny little kind of tessellations almost. It's as if you'd built the panel out of little pieces of glass. The whole thing fragmented. It's held together, it hasn't fallen apart, but damp will get in there, and instantly it was half power. So instead of generating 100 watts on a clear blue sky, limited mainly to 40, 45, occasionally 50, very, very occasionally a little bit more. And that was a struggle to get by with my electric fridge, my camping fridge freezer from Alpicool. I got the Alpicool 50 litre camping fridge freezer. Runs on about, well, it varies between 30 and 60 watts, depending on what you're having it do. So having that run for hours on end and having only 30, 40 watts coming in was a struggle. And you've got other things. I've got to charge my phone and my tablet and my lights and these lights and my slow cooker, my electric blanket, all that, my TV, my electric fan, all the things that your average tramp has in his tent. What a dick. The whole winter, the electric blanket's right here in the corner. Didn't use it. We got down to 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. Didn't need it. Haven't used it. But many thanks to my friends Adam and Mel that that brought that to me about this time, a little bit earlier than this time last year, but the back end of winter last year. It's brilliant just to know that I've got that kind of safety net if things do go. You won't know, folks, but a few years ago, maybe a year before I became homeless, there was a massive cold spell in Spain. People were freezing to death in Madrid, which is, I think Madrid's about the same line of, you tell me which, latitude, longitude, whatever the fuck that is. We're at the same level. We're because we're by the sea, we get a bit of a buffer. In summer it doesn't get quite as warm as those inland places, and in winter it doesn't get quite as cold because the water acts as a heat sink. So it stabilises things a little bit. But we got snow here for the first time in 100 years a few years ago. But yeah, so being out in a field, and literally once upon a time I was just in the field. So all this has been built up from nothing. I mean, this is the amazing thing. Through generosity of people like yourselves. Hint, hint. Begging bowl, begging bowl. Sorry, I'm a dick. But I've now got 2 EcoFlow River. Well, I've got 1 River 2 and 1 River 3. 2 EcoFlows. I've got multiple tablets. I've got a phone, a TV. The TV is a joke. I literally never use it. The electric blanket is, I was going to say a safety net, but I guess you could call it a safety blanket. The fan I used all last summer. Big, tall, stand-up fan that, you know, does all the rotation and point it where you want. 3 speeds, a timer, all the good stuff. The stand's broken to fuck, which is why it was thrown away. So it does a bit of a balancing act to get it pointing in this direction. In summer I can open both doors, which aren't opposite each other, they're staggered. I can get a through draft through the tent, but that doesn't help so much in the bedroom. I can't sit in my chair. That high up gets too hot. We're in a tent is basically a polytunnel, and so I'll stay low to the ground, which lay down on top of the bed basically. But if I can divert some of that cooler air into the bedroom with the fan, and it only uses 30 watts or so, I may need to buy like a splitter, a 2 or 3 gang extension lead, possible, so that I can do multiple things at once. Where was I going with this? Electricity, solar. Oh, I took taking possession of my solar panels last Saturday. And then a mate of mine, Joby, that used to live in the field, we tapped on a new solar panel for him on the order, a foldable one that you can put away in his bike in the panniers, however you pronounce it. But his arrived and didn't work, which is unfortunate, and created extra grief, because my friend Karen, who agreed to put the order in on my behalf so that we could solve the delivery issue, trying to get any delivery to the man in the field opposite Repsol, opposite the gas station, petrol station, trying to put an order into Amazon for the man in the field opposite the petrol station. That's tricky. Now these delivery box things that they have, we haven't got an Amazon compatible one nearby, so Karen put the order in on our behalf, and then she had to come back a few days later to take the thing back and piss about sending it back. That's awkward. Anyway folks, I am, if you will, I'm gonna, for those of you that have arrived late, I will try and show you my doggy darling, my co-presenter. Give me a second. I think Hannah was listening. Hey Tina, let me turn the camera around. Flash. Try and hide the mankiness of the quilt and put the nice pretty blanket over the top. Hey babe. Oh, you asleep? Please. I don't think she is. She's trying to be. She wants to be asleep. That's my baby girl. For however much longer we've got her. Things are still deteriorating, folks. When I walk her now, I'm carrying the back end. Her front left leg is starting to give. She'll be walking along and there's a stumble. So whatever this is that's doing the deterioration thing is continuing, it's progressing. I can't help think that if she's got 2 legs, she can cope. I can carry the back end. Oh, we've got the wheelchair. But if she gets to the point where the front legs aren't working either, what kind of life would that be for her? How would I cope? I can't carry both halves. 35 kilos. 77 pounds, I think, in old money. £5.7 in old English old money. That's not something that you can just pick up and walk around with while she does her business. So I'm starting to think in terms of when. Now, I was thinking in these terms, not the Christmas just gone, but the one before. I thought that was going to be her last Christmas. I'm kind of surprised that she's hung on this far. No sign of any pain. My friend Tom arrived the other day, and Tina, she used to bum shuffle. She used to pull herself around just with the front paws and drag herself around the field and off to meet Karen and her family, or off to meet Tom, Anthony, whoever was coming. Ismo, oh my God, she so loves Uncle Ismo. Or Joby, when Joby arrives, the guy who used to live in the field here that I was just talking about with the folding solar panel. When any of these people, she used to pull herself out of the tent. This is how the door got wrecked. Tina pulling herself, the bottom of the door, the skirt, the bottom 9 inches under the door. She's pulling herself over through it, not walking over it. But now she hasn't got the strength in her front legs to do that. But by God, did she try the other day yesterday when Tom came. By God, did she try pulling herself out of that door. The door wasn't even open, and she's trying to fucking pull herself through. But no, I had to carry her back end around. But I'm starting to think in terms of when. I don't want to. But I'm just thinking, what kind of life is it? Like the minute she can walk around as normal if I'm carrying the back end, she doesn't even know it's not working. But if that front left leg isn't there, I don't know, folks. I don't know. She's not going to be here forever. I mean, when you get any pet, you know they're not going to be there forever. On day one, you have to kind of have a word with yourself and explain to yourself the day will come, and you hope to put that off. You're talking to the master procrastinator. There must be a way to portmanteau those two words together. Master procrastinator. The masternator? I don't know. Anyway, you want to put, that's one thing you do want to put off. But you have to accept that one day the time will come. I'm gonna nip for a quick colour nature. It's just the coffee that I had earlier, folks. I've had 6 cups of coffee today, and it's taking a toll. 17 of you, that's not bad considering the interruptions we've had because of the signal breaking up and everything, and people disappearing on me. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna mute the microphone because tent, piss pot, cola bottle makes a noise. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you. Okay, folks, sorry about that. On the way back in, I caught a cable that caught the, they're in the wrong order. I don't know how that happened. I caught the cable for the lamp, which caught the cable for the phone and pulled it off and onto the floor. Just in case, I did bring back that bottle of white wine that I was talking about some moments ago. This one was from my friend Adela. Producto de España, 360, 360, Vino Blanco, semi-dulce, semi-sweet. It's not really. I'm a dry red kind of guy, really, but don't look a gift horse in the mouth. She brought me it as part of an Easter celebration, I guess, along with the cakes and things that I mentioned some moments ago. So that's very nice. Thank you, Adela, if you're out there. And I don't think you watch my live streams. Most people don't. What have I got? Nearly 1,700 subscribers, and we're lucky if we get 10 people watching most of the time, or half the time. Today, though, can you hear the rain? Almost stopped. We're an hour and a half in. We had that torrential stuff for the first, what, hour? So torrential at times that the telephone signal, the mobile data, mobile broadband, couldn't get through. 4G plus, I think it says it's labelled as, because I'm going through the tablet. The phone is 5G, but the SIM card is currently in the tablet because we were having problems a few weeks ago keeping enough power to keep things running. The tablet is more efficient. This phone has a fault. I get a warning every now and again about the battery being unhealthy, but I'm not in a position to do anything about that. Let me scroll. What are you drinking, Mike? That was Mark. Looks good. Yeah, it's called Emd Brow. It's a lager. I think it's, did we look at it once? I think it's from Belgium. I thought it was a supermarket's own brand, and it kind of might be exclusive to a brand, but to a supermarket. There's the ingredients. Distributor Font Salem SL Partida El Fronto. Oh no, this one's okay. That's the distributor is Valencia. I look at it one time and it was, might have been a different brand. It might have been a different supermarket that came from Belgium actually. Emdbrouw. You know, you see with the, now I know it's reversed for you, but you see the umlauts over the A. There's no way that's Spanish. That's, my guess was German, but you've got, what do you've got? You've got Germany, Switzerland. Who else uses the umlauts? Maybe Denmark? I'm not sure. Let me scroll. Tina's going to be relaxing and is the site foreman as well. She is. While I'm digging the trench out. She'd lay out all the patterns, pin them to the fabric, cut them out. Yeah, oh yeah, yes. Sewing patterns and things, yeah. When you open them out and they've got all the different sizes and you have to pick which one you want and cut it out. Or get some more tracing paper and cut out each one. That would be the better way if you've got access to the big sheets of paper. Yeah, sewing and whatever. Sew the patterns together with a Viking sewing machine. I'm trying to remember. Oh, my mum's was her main sewing machine was a Singer. She had a few, but she had the one as a backup. It had the foot pedal and the trundle tread. I want to say trundle. Why do I want to say trundle? That plate that you do that and it keeps the wheel going round. It had that as a backup. It was electric really, but it had, yeah, if you remember the 70s and power cuts, certainly Britain we had power cuts in the 70s. She had a Singer. And then the overlocking machine, I don't remember what brand that was. But that's a separate thing for making hems, and it cuts and hems all in one movement, I think. Not that I know. I never even understood how a sewing machine worked. If you think about it, you've got a needle that's going down, and you're going to push fabric through. But when the needle goes down, and I could never get my head around how that worked. And I understand it now. You have to come at it from two angles. You've got some extra fabric and stuff going on underneath, and this punches down, plucks up, pulls through, you move on, goes down, and the other end picks it off, and there's an interaction between two separate threads, or two ends of of one thread. Don't know how it quite works, but that's the idea, isn't it? But yeah, and it seemed like magic to me. How could a needle be going down and fabric be moving forward? How could that make a stitch? It can't. Not on its own. It needs something else happening on the underside. I never understood. Jasper, hello my friend. It's drizzle, yeah, maybe the grass will grow. It's drizzle now. It was torrential. If you go back and watch the beginning of the stream, the first hour was horrendous. I couldn't even talk to you. I went down to 0 viewers and I sat here talking for 10 minutes to nobody. The rain was so heavy that the signals weren't getting through. I was talking to nobody. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Just as a, treat to tramp in a field. She sewed the patterns together with a Viking sewing machine. That was Mark Happy Camp. I don't know if I still don't know whether to say Muck Happy Camper or MC Happy Camper. I believe there is initials, but how we pronounce it, I'm not sure. I'll leave it at tree. What? I'll leave it at. Was this when I went to the loo? When I went to alleviate? I'm not sure. Maybe the grass will grow. Alleviate. Yeah, okay. I thought that would be a farmer, a Fabrizio kind of pun. Oh, why is it rocking now? Look, I don't like. Give it a second. It's when I've dropped things, it's all gone wonky. It's a bit more stable, but not perfect. Hello, folks. It's a coincidence. I looked for sister on YouTube, couldn't find her. Then later, she found my YouTube channel. Nice. Uh-oh. My sister a traitor. She gave YouTube channel details to the evil person who gave birth to us. Uh-oh. I wish I could block the evil person from watching my channel. You can if you can find that, if you know their channel name, if their username. You just visit their page, click the 3 dots in the top right hand corner and block. Or if they comment on your page, on your channel, you can just click on them in chat and block them. Nice and wet outside. It certainly is here. I don't know about where you are, but yeah. Panels, you said they were aluminium. Hold on. The original panel was aluminium, Fabrizio. How far back do I have to go? Oh man, I'm back. Panels, you said they were aluminium and glass. The old ones. The old ones are aluminium and glass. Aluminium frame, glass front. The new ones are flexible poly. What's it called? Polycrystalline. I don't know what it's called. They're the really bendy ones. You can more or less bend them in half. Okay. Nature. Yeah, the new ones are just lightweight plastic. They blow away in the wind if you're not careful. I got to work out a system for them. They've been okay on the whole, but you get the occasional gust of wind that will knock them skew with. Smithy, hello. Evening, Mike, Tina, and everyone, said Smithy. Farmer posts a link. I'm not sure what that is. I can't click it here, obviously. Jasper's off to water the... are you saying you're off to water the plants, or were you talking about when I went? It depends when that was. 10 minutes ago, maybe. Yeah, okay. Don't get some down your leg, Mike. Oh, mate. I get Tina's down my leg all the time. Because I'm carrying her back end. I want her to tell me when she's going to do something, but no, she will like raise the back legs, splay them out. Now, if the back left, she's on my right hand side, if her back left hits my leg, that's fine. I know what's happening. I can look and I can hold her a little bit further out. But if she's either in front of me or behind me, just that little bit, I get a wet leg. These trousers must stink. I'm really aware of it when I go in the Chino Bazaar at the weekend, Thursday or Friday, to get the weekend ale. Yeah, I'm really aware that I've worn these same trousers all winter, and they're falling apart. They're going in the bin as soon as I'm finished with them. As soon as I find a pair of shorts to wear for this summer, I got 2 or 3 pairs, good ones, good solid fabric, they're like canvas or something similar, heavy cotton, I'm not sure. But I've got them with all the cargo pant kind of pockets and what have you. I just don't know where they are. They're probably in this box here that I never look. This is my clothes box. It's got, on the top is a whole layer of things, including a box from some hair cutters. There's some rope there. There's a big box of documents of mine there that are mainly water damaged and rubbish. And then on the other side there's a load of other stuff. I don't even know what. On top of that, there's a big chopping board with a handle at each end, almost like a serving tray. And then there's all the things that I've got on top here. So to get into that box for some clothes, it's a trauma. It's quite the trauma. So much so that rather than going in that box to get some socks, I bought some from Temu. Not just that, but they are different. Those ones are long. These are more ankle. But yeah. Mr. S, Mr. Sharafja. Hello, my friend. I just dropped a like. Thank you. Everybody should. You did your duty. Is it a flying visit, or are you staying? I do my duty usually in the morning. What? That's not what you're talking about. I have to try and time mine after dark at night, or before light in the morning, or not long after light while there's not many people around. The trees that I hide behind are all falling over. I had the trees, and then I've got this rattan kind of mat. Rattan rug's not the right word, but I'll go with mat. But that's falling apart. So I've got less and less to kind of hide behind. The trees are falling out of the way, the mat, and I'm kind of gambling at times as to whether I get seen. Joking with myself, bad jokes. No, it's reality though. You know, you live in a house, you crap in the house. I mean, you do it in the bathroom, but you live in a field, you're going to crap in a field. My mum knitted all our jumpers. Oh, Aaron sweaters, yeah, for you and your sister, yeah. That whole cabling thing, knit one, pearl one, I've got no idea what that really means. You do different patterns of different stitches, and that's how you get those cable designs. Oh, no, you see, we've got to be careful with the word tank tops. Tank tops mean different things in different countries. So for any Americans watching, a tank top is a sleeveless sweater. In America, a tank top is like a string vest, or is that a wife beater? Help me out. Farmer can tell us. I know he's a Canuck, but he's I think he's American really, or he's got an American family. Yeah, in America, tank top means something totally different. Yeah, a wife beater in America. So a string, if you've ever watched Rab C. Nesbitt, so what we would call a vest in Britain, but I think mainly it's a string vest, because it's meant to be that low class trailer park t-shirt with this. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, That's what a tank top in Britain is, except it's a sweater. It's not just a t-shirt. It's the thicker thing, but it's the same. It's the same thing. Undershirts. That's what we would call a vest. With just a thin strap over the shoulder, like a t-shirt, but without any of the sleeve. Just with a thin strap over. Well, like a double strap, but with fabric in between. Yeah, no, it's interesting. So the tank top and wife beater thing. Yeah, I think by undershirt, I think you mean what the English would call a vest. It's interesting how the same words. So in America, a vest is what we would call a waistcoat. So we've got the same words. They're all clothing garments. They're all garments, but they're all mixed and matched and different. We don't have the term wife beater. Well, I mean, you know, we have that, but not for clothing. Isn't it interesting? And the Brits, you will have heard these terms and not known like the context or whatever. Once you told them, you'll go back and you'll watch TV programs that you've seen before, and these things will be all over it. A vest over here is like a hoodie or a sweater with a zipper. Oh, you see, that's totally different. A sweater yeah, hoodie we have. You've also got, what's the other one? Similar, if it doesn't have the hood, and it's just that fabric, that fluffy fabric. There's another word. I'm not gonna. You know me and words. They don't. If I don't get them instantly, they don't come to mind, do they? No, I'm not going to get it. I'll have to leave it to someone else to step in. See, a vest over here is like a hoodie or a sweater. That's not our vest is an undergarment that goes under a shirt, like a t-shirt, but not just without the arms. So it doesn't have like a really broad. So if you imagine a t-shirt without the sleeves, that's going to be really broad. A vest is a really narrow. Not really nice. It's not like a bra strap, but it is a wider in between. Imagine two bra straps with a bit of fabric in between, like an inch or a centimetre or two. That would be a vest. Whereas a vest is a waist. An American vest is what we would call a waistcoat. Yeah, I can't even keep track of all the different translations of these. Fleece, that's the word I was looking for, Mr. S. Thank you. Fucking hell, you're not even English and you've got the words. Okay, folks. Where are we for time? We're coming up on midnight my time, aren't we? Let me check my gizmo here and see. So the real heavy rain was supposed to be, if we go back to the device here, the real heavy rain is meant to be 2 o'clock, well, 3 o'clock. And now that's all changed, that's all gone away. Someone explain this to me. You see these four numbers? I know it's reversed. The graph, the bar graph, bar chart, whatever you want to call it. They're like 0.2, 1.15, 0.08. How does that add up to 9 millimeters? Where am I looking? Over here somewhere. Oh, did I click it? I clicked something. Sorry folks, I fucked it. Rain continuing until 0400. It says 9 millimeters. And the bar chart, well, it only just makes it above 1. And one of those is 1.12, 1.12. There's basically 0.2, 0.2 and 0.08 and a 1.12. You struggle to get 1.5. Why it says 9mm there is beyond me. But at least it doesn't have that 12mm in 1 hour that it was predicting before. I think we've already had that. I think that came and went. That's what we've already had. Tomorrow's supposed to be quite nice. We just got to get there. 2 o'clock was the hot zone according to the original graphs. But I think it got here early. Let me scroll. I can't read the... Well, it would be reversed for a start, so it's difficult for a lot of people. But yeah, on your screen and depending on your resolution and things. So when I'm watching a video, I watch in 1.44. I want to tell people this, they think I mean 14.4 whatever, but no. The lowest resolution you can get is 144 rather than 14.4. Whatever the lowest resolution on, I can't tell on there, can I? No, I can't, on this app. Someone tell me the numbers. 144p, 144p. Or 14.4p would be the one 10 times better. 100 times better. Yeah, no, I watch on the lowest resolution possible. If I then need to read something on screen, I might up it to 320p. And this is why, folks, when I get to the end of my month with Labara, with my phone, with my monthly 4-weekly phone, it's not a contract, but my phone allowance, my pay-as-you-go, this is why I've got more left over than I'm allowed to roll over. I got all the data. I really should downgrade to the next package down. And especially as I keep having to pay via PayPal and pay extra fees. Paying my €15 per month fee is costing me $18.50. And I'm really pissed off about it because this is your money. The guys that donate, I feel like I'm squandering. I'm paying €3.50 extra on a €15. It's not even a contract, but on a €15 deal, package, whatever you want to call it. €15 package is costing me $18.50, and that's been going on for about 6 months because they reject my payment and they won't tell me whether it's them or whether it's the bank whose card it is. And again, you know it's not my card. Yeah. I'm watching on your phone, on my phone, said Mr. S. Yeah. I can speak Dutch better than Mr. S, but only when I dream, and it usually talking to a buxom lady. Okay. Mr. S has got to fix his moped tomorrow so he can finally fix it. I didn't know mopeds were still a thing. What with e-scooters and e-bikes and things. Understandable, farmer. Do they reply in Dutch? Do you know that in your dreams you can't read? I didn't believe this. But then I read it somewhere, and in a dream that I took control of one time, I made a point of sitting in front of a sign in my dream, and it was like an AI. You know, there's a sign in the background of an AI picture. Yeah, no. Been gathering dust for years. Farmer can't really speak Dutch, at least not as well as Mr. S types English. Is that a New Gilera city? I don't know whether the G is hard or soft. Is Gilera? Probably Dutch. There's lots of showing my ignorance again. Don't know if you notice, folks, I don't have any problem showing my ignorance. I'm quite happy to just demonstrate what I don't know, the limits of my knowledge. There's no limit to what I don't know. Okay, empty can. If you give me a second, the screen might fritz out a little with flight. I was considering whether to switch to the wine. I'm gonna stick with the beer for at least this next can. We'll see how long we carry on after that. Now at some point I said I was going to, let me just check that cable is in there. See if the EcoFlow is registering. Oh, well, it's registering an output. Oh, it's not you, you're on 100. What about the tablet? Oh, now I can undo the tangle. Here we go. Let me see where we are for power with the tablet. I'm going to power up the tablet anyway, and it's an 85%, that's not too bad. I'm going to power that up, and we'll start talking about the week in some kind of detail. And I do have we'll do the week in two halves. I'll do up to Tuesday or Wednesday, and then I'll do after Tuesday or Wednesday later on. Trying to introduce a little bit of structure to this, folks. I was a little bit embarrassed by Friday's performance, or lack thereof. So we'll try and introduce a little bit of structure. Try and make this a little bit like the old TrampCast proper used to be, because that's clearly not coming back. That just doesn't seem to be happening. Let me go here. Let me synchronize notes across devices. Double check that, and coming into here. Where am I? Why do I not know where I am? Okay. Shall we start with the people that I haven't thanked properly yet? Let's do that. Let's do that, because I didn't do last week. I didn't do a rundown of that week. So let's have a look here. Drained the decades-old petrol. Hold on, I've got to go back a bit further, haven't I? Italian. Oh, like a Vespa. What needs to be done? Aunt had a moped in Italy. It was fantastic when I was younger. Are we using the word moped? Is that the same across all? Moped and scooter, like motor scooter, might be. I don't know whether we all use the same words. Drained the decades-old petrol yesterday. Did have lots of moisture in as well. Man, that smells so gross. As a shut off for fuel, I usually shut it off and then run the bike till it shuts off, so there's no fuel in the carburetor, so you'll never have problems with carbs, says Farmer. Is that why generators go bad? Can be. If you let petrol sit there too long, you can get moisture in there, can't you? 6 months or so, they say, don't they, for fuel, petrol? Otherwise, you can put a stabilizer stuff in there. I only know this. Yeah, I know now about engines. I know this from watching Wrangler Star. There's a guy. Kind of. Pro-ho. Professional homeowner, he calls himself. Or maybe just a professional homeowner. No, don't say that. That was Andy. Andy's computer tube. Did I see you arrive? Is that why generators go bad? Was that your first message, mate? I didn't see you before that, I don't think. Okay, folks, I'm about to start on the week's events. We are on 2 hours. For anybody who's new here, I did like the invites that I put out on Twitter and on YouTube did say that newbies were welcome. And they always are. Newcomers are always welcome. For anyone who doesn't know, I am a tramp. I live in a field, in a country where I don't speak the language, which is a nice trick if you can get away with it. Trapped by circumstances because banks are bastards, and because Spanish police are bastards. I won't go into too many details right here, right now. If you do want details, TrampCast 001. It's 2.5 hours long. It's full of all the explanations. So the name of the channel, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. Well, those are my initials in the phonetic alphabet, the NATO phonetic radio communications alphabet. DM are my proper real initials. So I'm not really a Mike, but I answer to Mike because that's obviously going to happen when you call yourself Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out, as we just said. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who perhaps lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a tent in a field. Good job it's in a tent, because today, that rain, the first hour and a half of this stream was redonkulous. Okay, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, in the Costa Blanca south, about 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia city. On the coast. Torrevieja is a city. And I am 150 meters from the cliff tops, from the Mediterranean itself. In fact, if I look out of my tent in the morning, I can see the Med just about in the distance. We're kind of on a promontory. The the sea is around us on 3 sides. More difficult to see that way because of a big block of flats, big block of apartments. But yeah, it's over there. It's behind some trees over there, and it's behind a building and a hill over there. But yeah. Let me scroll past some of this engine stuff. Red preservative that you can add to fuel will make it last for years. Okay. Parked it years ago after having to walk home with the stupid thing because it had no spark. Ouch. You're not a mic. No, I'm not a microphone, and I'm not really a mic, as you probably know. If you found my haters channel, he likes to throw my real name out there all over the place. He thinks it's big and clever. He thinks that finding my real name was like a struggle, which anybody that I email with gets it pretty much. Most people who send me PayPal donations get, I guess I get my first name and initial. I maybe don't brandish the surname around too much, but it was never particularly hidden. In fact, if you watch TrampCast 001, I dropped my first name at least 6 times in that. That was my first ever live stream. If you hear me talk to my doggy darling over here, and I say to her, Tina's okay, Daddy, first name's okay. And now I've trained myself when we're online just to say Tina's okay, Daddy's okay, we're all okay. But I used to say Daddy, first name is okay. When I'm calming her down, when there's thunder and lightning or fireworks or a bush going past, whatever it is that's got her going. So if you watch TrampCast 001, my first name's in there at least 6 times. It amazes me that more people don't catch it. What else? Did you get a haircut recently? I did. My friend Karen came round on Good Friday. So I did a TrampCast last Friday, didn't I? Not the one 2 days ago, the one the week before. Well, I did do one. Oh, yeah, I did a TrampCast on both of the Fridays. I didn't do one last Sunday. Easter Sunday got away from me. Busy day all day. Well, busy day sitting in the sun. My friend Joby was here for about 8 hours. And I had things to do with my solar panels, and I cooked a meal with my slow cooker. Now that I've got more electricity than I know what to do with, because of my 2 new panels, I cooked. So it's a busy all day. I'm trying to fix Joby's solar panel, his foldable panel. We tried every combination of devices and cables and plugged it in, and the device would spark up and say, yeah, connected to a charger, and then it didn't charge. His solar panel just didn't put out. It did whatever you need to do to make the phone or tablet or power bank. It did whatever you need to do to make the power bank think it's connected, but it didn't charge. So we were messing about. There was a thing where if you plugged the cable in all the way, it did nothing, and if you had to pull the USB cable out a little way, and then it plinked as if it was going to charge, it just never charged. So yeah, anyway, yeah, last weekend, I'm about to cover all this. I need to check all of the fancy stuff that Fabrizio just said about magneto gap and cables and spark plugs and all that technical stuff that you guys know that I don't. This is why I'm kind of out of place when I watch Big Clive or Scruff Dog. I'm just not that technical. I just want it running. A new owner needs to look it over completely. I'm gonna get the napalm out soon and blitz these fuckers. I'm gonna get a can of Agent Orange out. That was more for killing vegetation, wasn't it? Where the insects were hiding. Killed the trees and the mosquitoes had got nowhere to be. Is that right? Agent Orange was more for killing. It's a herbicide rather than an insecticide. Okay, folks, let me pick up my. I've been trying to do this for. Oh, I haven't even got a drink open. What kind of alky am I? Right? See this weather? There are drunks out there up on the top road now. It would increase the value definitely if you got it running. If you tell people it was running, hold on. Jumped, which way did it jump? Yeah, if you tell, definitely if you got it running. If you tell people it was running when you left it, they still usually want big discount, but it's always how badly someone wants something. I took a while to not call you Mike when we visited, as it did for you calling Lisa Linda. I had doubts about that, but I don't think I actually called her Linda at any point. I think while you were here, I had Lisa locked and loaded. When you left, I was like, Lisa Linda, Lisa Linda. It was like, toss a coin. So I had to check with you. Yes, Scotty, that is indeed. That is indeed kind of, getting used to names is always difficult. I'm not great. So anyway, here we go. Here we go. So I think I started to say people I haven't thanked yet. I'm going to run through the last. I was going to run through the last week, but some of these overlap with the week before because I didn't do a Sunday stream at the end of. In the run up to Easter. Easter Sunday I didn't do a stream is what I'm trying to say. I did Good Friday, but I didn't do the Easter. So, Mikey Yo-Yo sent, I think I've had 2 donations in the last 10 days or so. Also, Akadaka from down under. He hasn't been on for a while, Tony, but he watches, he tends to watch the replays, the on-demand, so I'm told. UK Richie sent a couple of donations again during the last 2 or so weeks, maybe just over. The real UK Richie, not the fake UK Richie. And other people that I want to thank. My friend Colleen, who brings me a newspaper every week, and Tina, like some chicken carcass or bones or things most weeks. She tried to sneak into the camp this week. Someone was messing around near my door, and I'm like, hello, I'm getting ready to run out and like smack somebody or something at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, 9:30, whatever. But it was Colleen. She was trying to sneak the newspaper in because she'd not brought anything for Tina. So she was trying to get in and out unnoticed. Thank you, Colleen. My friend Tom, who came yesterday and just for a visit, but Tom went home for Easter, and this is the guy that I was meeting at like 2:30 in the morning, not Good Friday, but the Friday before. He's leaving the country. This is the guy that brought me like a bag of food, the stuff he had in his fridge and cupboards and things. But he also threw me a note, and in the dark, I thought it was like a 10. Because they're kind of brownish. And that's all I could see in the dark. It looked brownish. Bloody 50, wasn't it? So thank you, Tom, for that, for the food, for the note, and just for your company yesterday. We just sat and, the weather wasn't great yesterday, but we just sat and chatted for half an hour. He's got a friend, well, we'll get to that. Let me not get ahead. We'll get to that because we're going to talk about my friend Adela, I've mentioned already, who brought, she comes down with a trolley, and sometimes it's one bag, sometimes two. She brought me the 2 cakes that we talked about. This bottle of wine that I may or may not have shortly, and the 2 cakes, bottles of wine. There's loads of fruit, pears, tangerines, kiwis. You guys, let's ask. I'd do a poll if I could. If I haven't got the technology here. Do you guys eat the skins on kiwi fruit? I do. Apart from those, the stalky bits and at the ends, I do. But and they are edible, but they can be quite hairy and a little bit tough. But I eat those. Yeah, there's the moped thing. Nobody really uses those things over here anymore. Electric scooters have kind of replaced them, haven't they? For anything that around and about town. Getting from A to B silently and cheaply. Internal combustion engine kind of mopeds. Yeah, people could be nostalgic for certain ones. That's a fair point, Fabrizio. Yeah. The hairy skin, no, says Mr. S. I'm sure Farmer will have a comment in a minute. I shall leave it to him. Where did I get to? I got as far as Adela, my friend Adela, who came down. Adela that I know from the before times. Actually, from my first few months over here in Spain. Certainly my first year, when we used to go to the Medusa bar. Yeah. And also, folks, as ever present in my thank yous, Karen and family. All this running around that she's done over these panels, and Joby's panel having to go back. Then she had to take it and drop it off at a certain place with certain instructions and things. And then she's offered whatever replacement he wants to buy, she'll handle that as well. But he hasn't come back to me to tell me what. He seems to be... Well, he hasn't fallen out with me. I did make a jokey comment that he might have taken the wrong way. I hope it's not that. That would be a total misunderstanding if he has to. More than likely, though, he hasn't got power and he's just not available to chat. Almost all electric scooters are illegal over here. Well, they were here. But what happened was everyone just ignored that. And the police were trying to pull them over. And there was a way to legalize them. You had to go and register them and basically get a registration plate and get insurance and have a driving license and all of that. And everyone just ignored it. And the police basically turned to the government and said, we can't stop this. If we're pulling these people, we're going to spend all of our time and more time than we've got. There's just too many people using them. We can't possibly deal with that. We can't stop them. The will of the you police by the will of the people, and if the people don't fucking will it, the police are out of their depth. So they've had to go away and do public consultations and try and bring in some new laws to make them legal within certain limits and bounds, and have to wear a helmet and padding, and you got to do this, you got to do that. I think you're supposed to have a driver's license. All the rules, and you will get points on your, even if you don't have a license, you'll get points on your driving license if you get pulled doing something stupid. Speed limits and limiters and all of this stuff. You'll be allowed to use them around your town or city, but not between towns and cities. So they're for intra-city commuting, intra-city travelling, but not intercity. You're not supposed to go from one town to the next on the. They're trying to bring all these rules in. It's going to fail. So many people are using them over here all the time. Even these rental companies, on a street corner, there'll be 5 or 10 with their lights blinking away. If they catch you, they impound the scooter, they also give you a hefty fine. See, the problem here is they could have gone all hardcore like that, but it would have caused uproar. So many kids are out and about playing in gangs, and half the kids will be on their bike, on their bicycle, and the other half are on their scooters, their electric scooters. They've really taken off here. And I think the whole of Spain, not just Torrevieja. Like I said, the government had to go away and rethink how to legalize them, because everyone's going to do it anyway. If you start stealing €300 scooters off half the population, you're going to lose the next election. Whether you're the mayor, whether you're the head of Alicante's province, whether you're head of the Valencia community, or you're the national government, you're all, if you start fucking trying to steal €300 worth of stuff from such a large chunk of the population, you're going to lose the next election. So they had to find a way to compromise, to try and legitimize this stuff, to put some rules and some limits, some restrictions in, but I don't see the rules that they're putting in. How can you tell people you're okay to use them around Torrevieja, but if you want to go from Torrevieja to La Mata, the next town over, or what's the next one? Guadamar. 10, 12 kilometers that way. How are you going to intersection? Not intersex. No. Right, folks, I'm trying to make a start. I'm talking about my week. So I was doing the thank yous, and we got as far as Karen, which I think is the end of the list. Karen and family. Oh, my mate Steve, who brought me a couple of bottles of wine as well the other day. We'll mention him as well. Wasn't his only visit. Okay, let's start to summarize the past week. As I said, I did a TrampCast on the Good Friday, which was when Karen gave me the haircut. But I didn't do one on the Sunday, so we haven't talked much about Saturday, Easter Sunday, and then onwards, because I didn't do the TrampCast that way. Oh boy, the problem started when a kid's nanny parked her electric kids transporter on the train track, claiming a failure. pick it up. Did you see the one in America where the cops arrested someone and they basically pulled her over on the train tracks? She just crossed over. They parked up behind her. They're on the train tracks. They arrest her and put her in the back of the cop car. And then the cops are off liaising. And then the train runs through the crossing and takes her half a mile that way. I think she got about 10 million in damages. There's a leg missing, an arm missing, there's injuries, there's broken bones, there's all the... Yeah, no. Train tracks, it's not a good place to stop. Yeah, prayers to those kids if they're... Okay, folks, we're beginning with Easter Saturday, the day between Good Friday and Easter Sunday. This was where Karen brought me my solar panels. Very exciting. And also, they brought me Easter beer. Highlight of the day, setting up the new panels, plugging them in, seeing the slight differences between the two EcoFlows for how they handle the power. That was interesting. But suddenly, I got more power than I know what to do with. And what do you do? I've gone from eking by with 30, 40 watts coming in on a good sunny day and like 5 or 10 watts on a cloudy day to suddenly having between 150 and 200 watts on the good days. More power than I knew what to do with. Other highlights of that particular day. This is a day where later in the day, I've said for ages about how I sleep on 2 mattresses, and one of the mattresses is sloped off like 1.5 feet that way, half a yard, half a meter, same thing, more or less, that way. And was sticking out, so I could never close this bedroom door because the mattress was pressing on the bottom of the doorway, the bottom part of the tent. I finally got the gumption and just hiked the top mattress 12 inches this way. So now I can at least attempt to close the tent door. I've been promising myself, I've been saying I'm going to do that now for, it's got to be 6 months. Master procrastinator, if you remember. Well, I finally did something about it. So yeah, basically, I know this sounds very exciting as a day, taking receipt of the solar panels and moving my bed. Then watching Big Clive and Scruff Dog. That was my Saturday. Believe it or not, for better or for worse, that was it. That night, Saturday night into Easter Sunday, below 10 degrees C, which is ridiculously cool for this time of year. But we still get those nights. We're still getting them. Now when Karen was coming to cut my hair on the Good Friday, I'd had a minor panic. The hair clippers that she wants to use, I've got hair clippers and beard trimmers, so I've got 2 separate devices. Although the beard trimmers can cut hair as well, but the ones that Karen uses need a UK. They've got a UK plug on them, so I have an adapter. I used to have a whole bag of adapters, but they got stolen when when the Spanish guy moved on and my hold all went missing. Some extra UK plug adapters went missing. So the one that I've got in here, I could not find for love nor money. So when Karen came to cut my hair, she brought one with her, but it's one of the few that she's got, so she had to take it back with her afterwards. So I was thinking, I've got other things here that need a UK plug adapter. Things that Karen's given me. The slow cooker, for example, is a UK plug, so I need a UK to Spanish adapter. Couldn't find the bloody thing anywhere. Easter Sunday. I said earlier that my electric blanket's kind of rolled up in this corner. I stabbed myself on something in the bed, moving about, trying to sort something out, trying to find something, move it out of the way. Stabbed myself. the adapter, UK plug into a Spanish adapter, the two prongs of the Spanish plug. That's what I was stabbing myself on. So I found my missing UK plug adapter on my electric blanket, which hadn't been used all winter, but here it was. Again, thank you to Adam and Mel that actually gave me that last year. I think it was Adam and Mel. There's an outside chance it was Karen, but I'm fairly sure it was Adam and Mel. Try to remember things from a year ago, folks. So this Easter Sunday is my first morning with the solar panels, setting them up at 8:30, which is roughly speaking when the sun gets above the trees and onto the panels. And I have to try and... You are live. I'm just saying how I had to try and position the solar panels on the first morning. The Easter Sunday morning was my first morning with the new panels. So I've got this chair that I lean things against, and I've got the old solid panel leaning back against this chair, and then I put the two panels leaning against the old solar panel for a bit of rigidity. And they're wider than that panel because they're side by side. But trying to find the right spot where I get the sun. Well, we're arguing about 5 or 10 minutes, but I want the sun as early as possible. As soon as it's usable, I want to be getting those 30 or 40 watts, not 5 watts. So I had to wrangle with that, and there's a bit of a learning curve goes around that over these first few days. So I'm wondering to myself, I've got all this power coming in, and the two EcoFlows are going to be fully charged within an hour. What am I going to do with the rest of the power, all that extra electricity all day long? During the day I can run the fridge non-stop, but what else can I do with all that power? So my idea was that I was going to cook, but I knew my mate Joby was coming around because I'd got his... no, I hadn't. Karen had delivered him his foldable solar panel on the Saturday. But on the Sunday, he was going to come to me because I'd paid for it. We were going to settle up and, all that. But I think he told me that he was having difficulty with it. So I was going to look at whether I could work out what was wrong. So I knew Joby was inbound. So Joby turns up and... Oh, no, before that, 8:30, Easter Sunday. Fireworks. Not one, not two. Like a full fucking volley for about 10 minutes. And half an hour, 3/4 of an hour later, another full volley. 9:15 in the morning. Full volley. Tina's shaking like a leaf because fireworks. Easter Sunday. The Spanish do like their fireworks. Anyway, I'm waiting for Joby to arrive, and obviously he does. He spent the whole day here. Brought bones for Tina, and charged his devices, his phone and his power banks and things. And we looked at his solar panel, but couldn't get it to work. Tried different cables. Tried his cable in other devices. You could make it work by pulling it back out of the USB socket a little bit, but that didn't work with his. Tried my cables in his solar panel, tried devices connected. Like I said, that they register that they're connected. It says there's a circuit there, didn't actually charge. So that had to go back. And while he's here, I'm chopping veg and prepping food, and I make a stew in the slow cooker. First time, probably in about a year, that I've had enough power to use the slow cooker. Early last summer, I would have been using it through last summer, but with just the one panel and the one EcoFlow, I can balance that. With two EcoFlows, run it halfway down, switch over, run it from the other one, let this one charge back up, the other one's got power coming in while it's doing, so it runs down more slowly because you've still got input. You got up to 100 watts coming in while you've got 200 watts going out. Another thing Karen brought me while they were here, they brought me an air fryer to try. I didn't think it would work, but stay tuned. So anyway, yeah, I cooked a stew with my cauliflower, broccoli, onions, potatoes, and some sweet corn in a tomato sauce with some onion and garlic powder and stuff, and paprika. Did I mention paprika already? Lovely, absolutely gorgeous, folks. Absolutely gorgeous. As Joby, like I said, he was here all day, and when he left, I washed all my. I've had some Tupperware laying around for weeks waiting to be washed. I was low on water, so I couldn't wash them all out. Mainly it's the outsides, because if I wash things before I need them, they're going to be dirty again before I use them. They're outside, and the rain here has always got the Saharan dust, the Saharan sand in it. I haven't got the space for storing loads of empty Tupperware boxes inside. So they're out and about on my various tables and things. But anyway, I gave them all a good wash, particularly the outsides, but some of them needed the insides giving a wash as well. Did all that. It's one of those jobs that's been sat there waiting for weeks. Like I said, master procrastinator. But this is Easter Sunday, and I'm wanting a nap so that I can do TrampCast Hangout. So I can do this, but last Sunday. My nap didn't happen, and this is annoying. It's all because of the time change. The time, it used to get dark 7:30. Now it's 8:30, 8:45 at night. And I've got an alarm set for 9:25. Yeah, that's not going to work. That didn't work, so I didn't do the TrampCast last Sunday. That's my Sunday, folks. I didn't do TrampCast. Monday morning, I noticed a really frightening weather forecast about today, about this Sunday. They were talking about 20 millimeters of rain. 5 millimeters on the Saturday, 20 on the Sunday was the original forecast. Really quite worrisome. This was where, in the early afternoon, my friend Adela brought me all the goodies that we discussed earlier. 2 cakes, a load of fruit, bottle of wine, and other bits and pieces. Thank you, Adela. Oh, there was a meal as well. There was a Tupperware. Some yeah. But that basically, folks, that was Monday. See, after spending all that time talking about Sunday and all the different things that happened, Monday was kind of back to normal. Check weather forecasts, 1 visitor, a delivery, mess with solar panels, boom, job done. Into Tuesday. Tuesday's forecast is for cloudy day with no sun. In the end, that wasn't quite true. We had sun, but it was subdued. But I was getting 50 watts per panel. So we were getting things charged up. It was all going well. My 2 EcoFlows were charged. I could have cooked all day. I did, you know. The weather forecast the same day said that Wednesday, so this is Tuesday, the weather forecast said that Wednesday was also going to be no sun. And by the end of Tuesday, the Wednesday forecast was for sun all day. Clear skies. It's gone from no sun the next day to all sun the next day. Who knew? This was one of those boring days, and so I got my software stuff going on, and I downloaded the last season of Clarkson's Farm, season 4. So I don't know how aware people who are not from the UK are of Jeremy Clarkson. He of Top Gear and what's it called, the Grand Tour? That was his Amazon version, wasn't it, of Top Gear? He owns a farm, and he's done 4 seasons of how to run a farm. I was behind, so I downloaded the 4th season and watched that in one afternoon and evening. That was my Tuesday. Into Wednesday. Still getting used to the new solar panels and how to adjust them, how to move them around and keep them stable through the day. Point them in the right, keep them the directionality, but also the tilt, and not have them blow away. It's a bit of a faff having to put the wires between the chair and the old solar panel, so they're anchored. So even if they blow around a little bit, they'll land back where they came from. Just getting used to it. It's just that first week with new stuff. What are you going to do? I'll take a pause after we've done Wednesday, folks. I don't want to rant on too long and bore you all just with this stuff. But I do just want to cover stuff because it's important that I thank people and just detail what happened. And so, yeah, just adjusting to these new panels. And I pulled them too far away. I'm trying to keep a certain spot, and I pulled the cable too far, and it came out of the EcoFlow and I didn't realise. So I'm waiting for the sun to come up at 9:30, and at 9 o'clock I notice I'm getting no power in one of the EcoFlows. I've pulled the cable out at the back, haven't I? Also, even before that, I'd run one of the EcoFlows down to 40% because I put the freezer on in it's a fridge freezer. But for brevity, I don't want to keep saying the camping fridge freezer. I just call it a freezer in general. I put the freezer on for 3 hours first thing in the morning before the sun was even up, and I ran the EcoFlow down from 70 to 40 while we waited for what was supposed to be a nice sunny day. And I think it was in the end. Karen came around again, picked up Joby's failed solar panel. Thank you, Karen. All the running around that you do, extra trips here and messing about, and thank you for everything that you do. Yeah, came around and picked up the failed solar panel, and then she had to go back and do the whole Amazon thing and find out how to send it back and where to take it and how to package it and all of that. This was where the forecast for this weekend that had been really bad at the start of the week started to soften. Instead of being 5mm Saturday and 20mm Sunday, they started to say, oh no, just 1mm on Saturday and 4 or 5mm Sunday. It all slackens off and you think, oh, that's good, no problem. If you were here at the start, you know that that's not how it ended up. But yeah, the Wednesdays where things slackened off, and the forecast started to look better. Have I missed? Where did I cook the chips and try the air fryer? I think I've missed something, haven't I? Oh, no, that's a Thursday. We'll get to that shortly, folks. I'll break off there. That was the end of Wednesday, basically. We'll cover Thursday onwards shortly. We'll come back to that. I just want to have a quick look at the updated weather forecast. It's disappearing. It's down to nothing almost. Less than 1mm to go. It was really quite exciting earlier. Really quite exciting. Anyway, folks, thank you for joining me this Sunday evening into Monday morning. That last disconnect that we just had did reset my timer. I'm on 44 minutes apparently at 12:41. So it went off almost at midnight, just before my time. 11 o'clock UK, 6 o'clock Eastern in the US. And we're now 44 minutes after that. Well, after when it went off. What's that? What's the matter? Sorry, I know bad. I'll see myself out. What's with the WATTS for anyone who didn't follow? Electrical jokes from the geeks. From the technical family. Why not cut the plug off and put a proper plug? I have never, in Spain, so in England, plugs have a screw and you take them apart and you rewire and do that. In Spain, they're solid. I have never seen a Spanish plug available for attaching to anything. And I've got the adapter anyway, so why not just use the adapter? I mean, it's... You know what I mean? It's just easier to go with what you've got than to start messing about. Silly UK plugs are the finest plugs in the world, I'll have you know. The combination of a UK plug and socket are the most safe and secure in the world. The look on your face when you came back. I was annoyed that it cut off. I was looking at it as it cut off, fortunately, so I knew it had done it. Whoa! Oh, Karen, you're there. Diddley Squat Farm, that is indeed the one. It did just take a big jump on me. Here we go. I think running the refrigerator, this is Fabrizio, farmer. I think running the refrigerator is a good idea. Maybe make sure everything you have is relatively new, then use extra power. It jumped. Everything you have is relatively, then use extra power to run all day, then leave closed throughout the night, will maintain temps. That's pretty much what I've been doing from the start. I get it down, it claims to be on like minus 15, but it isn't. As soon as I turn it off, it quickly rises to kind of minus 3 or thereabouts. And then over time, it rises gradually. By morning, it's on 2 or 3 degrees, plus 2 or 3. Which is refrigerated. That's within the bounds of refrigerator temperatures. Occasionally, it will get up as far as 5 degrees, maybe. Usually only if we've had a day where there wasn't a lot of sun and I couldn't run it much. But that's not since we've had the 2 panels and the 2 EcoFlows. That would have been previous. So yeah, that's broadly speaking what I've been doing all along. I might put it on for half an hour or an hour in the middle of the night, just to make sure, just to give it a bit of a boost. The one that I did the other morning where I put it on and left it for 3 hours, a little bit of an experiment really. See how cool it would be at kind of 9 or 10 in the morning and how quickly I could top the EcoFlow back up. What a shit. I'm gonna get the DDT on it. Where's it gone? I'll wait till it comes back. Or another one comes flying by. This is my fault because I had a little bit of veg going bad. Bad's an overstatement, but... Mr. S was off, that was at 33, I'm probably way late, aren't I? I'm 12 minutes late. Sorry, Mr. S. Good night, mate. Here's the fly. I don't know where it went. It might be over this way. Let's have a little bit of a... Tina doesn't like this stuff, but... I'm getting sick of the little bastards. Put your head under the covers, darling. Wait for the nasty stuff to go away. It's probably in my beer. Let me catch up a bit, folks. I am a long way behind. I think Karen arrived just as I was talking about her. Farmer said, good night, Mr. S. It was good seeing you here. Have a good one. This is when Karen stepped in. Hello, everyone, she said at 12:35, which is about 11 minutes ago. Farmer says, welcome, hello, Bella Karen. Farmer, hello. Diddley Squat Farm, said Farmer. That was indeed it with Jeremy Clarkson. So I've just watched season 4 or Series 4 as we would say in Britain. And Series 5 is coming out in a month or two, within the next month and a half. Oh, Karen, I've been to the pub quiz and won some bacon and chicken and mushroom pies. Was this the raffle or did you win the quiz? You seem to win every week. They'll be getting sick of you. They'll be barring you. The electric went off tonight with the rain. My internet went off with the bloody rain. My electric's fine. Off-grid living, folks. You should all be preppers. Hit the thumbs up if you're a prepper. Hit the thumbs up if you're not. Just hit the fucking thumbs up. Get on with it. I want to see 20. I want to see 20 thumbs ups. 20 likes, folks. That's usually the benchmark. I don't know if anyone remembers. We used to hit 30 and occasionally 40. I was more popular back then. Have you noticed my subscriber numbers going down again? Down, down, down. I wonder if it's because of my hater. So we were hitting 1699. We were headed for 1700. And last week it dropped 3 or 4. So somewhere back around 1695. Now we're 1692 when I looked earlier. Who knows? Well, it's a good job you've got an EcoFlow, Karen. Farmer says, all right, Karen, no making me hungry when I don't have any food made. She will have had heavy rain like me because she's only a few miles that way. I'm at the north end of Torrevieja, she's at the southern end. It was crazy rain, it was, and for about an hour and a half. Luckily I was in the pub. Once upon a time, I was saying about Adela before. Like we used to go to a bar called the Medusa Bar, and there was one time we were there, and the heavens opened. It would have been like mid-September. I thought I was going to be trapped in the pub all night. It was a nightmare. Trapped in Medusa with Suzanne and Georgia. Now there's a very interesting couple of ladies. Oh, I'm going to make myself sound racist now. Mother and daughter. Suzanne, very, very black. No, like not dark, you know, proper black. And Georgia, white, freckles, ginger hair. Mother and daughter. Not adopted. Actual, what's the word? Natural? Birth mother and daughter. Lovely people. Good friends. Yeah, Suzanne, Georgia, and I think Adela was there that night, and a bunch of other people, and the heavens opened, and for 2.5, maybe 3 hours, absolutely a proper gota fria, as they used to call them here, cold drop, that translates as. They call them darners now. They've given it some daft acronym that nobody can ever remember. Let me see if I can get you a translation. I'll get you the Spanish words and the translation for Dana. Weather, Spain, Dana. Meaning. Stands for Depression Aislada en Niveles Altos. Isolated depression at high altitudes. It's a cold drop. Cold air, warm air mixes, things drop because cold, and the heavens open. Gota fria, often called a gota fria. Cold air pocket separates from the jet stream, becomes trapped over warm Mediterranean, causes torrential rain. Yeah, that's what I said. Torrential rain, catastrophic flooding, and hail. And the hail can be catastrophic because farmers, orchards and things, farming, hail ruins crops. This is why they do some of the weather manipulation, the cloud seeding. If you can make the rain fall over the hills over there instead of over the farmer's field here, you save the crops. But that leads to some of our more extreme conspiracy theorists with all their other things, chemtrails and weather manipulation, everything. Karen has had a chicken kebab with garlic sauce and beer, and Karen says cheers. She did the cheers thing. Are we near at top of the hour again? 7 minutes to go. Okay. I will do a cheers anyway because I want a drink. Cheers, folks. Like I said, I may open this bottle of wine that Adela brought me at the beginning of the week. Farmer says, I hope you can hear the stomach growls over the chat, Karen. Cheers. Wrestling DDT. It's the raffle that Karen won. Okay. Where were you in the quiz then? Were you close? We got a lift from the bar owner to the kebab shop. There's a lot of red in black hair, so you can have a child with red hair. So Suzanne, that's the mother. Her parents were a mixed couple, one white, one. The kind of the grandmother, if you like, so grandmother, mother, daughter. The grandmother was fuck off black, like black, not just English black. She was okay. I'm going to shut up because I'm going to get myself into trouble. It can skip generations and stuff, though. You know, it is a thing. Some chromosomes and whatever are dominant, and there's weird interactions that can happen between genes and chromosomes and everything. There are islands out in the, is it the Atlantic or I think it's the Pacific, where the entire island's kind of got red hair, and they're jet black. And some of them, the descendants of the Bounty, like Fletcher Christian and all that. I think that's the thing. Hold on. You come here for the education, folks, don't you? I can't just say something like that, pull that out of my ass and not go with it. Islands, black people. Can you say? I haven't got better. People of color. I'm not right. I'm not typing people of color. Fuck that shit. That's just that's a longer way of saying the same thing. Black people. I want to say red hair, but blonde was just an option that was offered to me there. And then I want to say Bounty, or Fletcher Christian, or something like that. Christianson. Not a Bounty. No. Bounty ship. Mutiny. Ship. Mutiny. HMS Bounty. Mutineers. The Pitcairn Islands, settled by HMS Bounty mutineers and Tahitian women in 1790, are famously populated by their descendants. Whilst not widely described as black with red hair, the population arises from a mix of European and Polynesian ancestry. Are you saying I'm right or wrong? I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't want to appear racist, heaven forbid. The Solomon Islands are separately noted for having Melanesian populations. Melanin. I mean, you're just saying black with a different word, aren't you? Melanesian. Black. Just fucking say black. With high frequencies of natural blonde hair, but they're not the location of the Bounty mutineers. Let me get a definition of Melanesian. It's going to be someone with high melanin. Another word for high melanin? Black. I feel like I'm on the Fast Show. If anyone remembers. Black is the guy's painting, and he puts all the blues and reds and purples. Oh no, over there, the clouds. Black. And off he goes and trashes things. Let me get Melanesian as a, let's get a definition. No, you're saying who the culture isn't dark. Okay, dark skin, often curly hair. How can we go any more around the houses? I guess maybe not black. It's that it's that Fiji and Vanuatu. Yeah, okay. Papua New Guinea. I don't know how dark they are. Dark skin, curly hair. You're going all around the houses to say without saying it. You know me, folks. I don't mince my words in that way. Yeah, red hair in Ireland and parts of Scotland and whatever as well, isn't it? What's the weather forecast for tomorrow? Gorgeous after you get past like 7 in the morning. It's going to be raining like this the rest of the night, allegedly, but not heavy anymore. Shouldn't be. But tomorrow is going to be mainly sunny with some cloud, but mainly sunny. And I think the day after is proper real sun. Let me go back. I have to say tomorrow and the day after. I can't remember the days of the week. This is a Sunday, isn't it? Oh, well, it's Monday now, but that's not why you're here. Yeah, a little bit cloudy to begin with. 10 o'clock mainly sun. 11 a bit more cloud, and then it's mainly sun. Oh, no, yeah, no chance of rain tomorrow. And now we've only got 0.5 millimetre of rain to go. So that earlier forecast at 2 o'clock was going to have like 14 millimetres of rain. I guess we got that early at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Weather forecasts, folks. I have actually kept like a slideshow. I keep taking screenshots of these rainfall predictions. And the way that they were jumping about and changing all day. It's going to rain in the next hour, lots. And as you approach, as you get to quarter to the hour, oh no rain in the next hour, but the hour after, it's just been doing that all day. And then we got to 9:30, 10:15. I'm about to try and walk Tina and go and make some coffee. Then it starts raining. We had a quick run out, a quick run in. Didn't bother with making coffee because I wasn't standing out in that. And then it really went for it. And for the next hour and a half, I couldn't even get a phone signal at times. For anyone who wasn't here, I sat here speaking to the phone for 10 minutes. The phone said it was connected. I was showing 0 viewers. And when I went on the tablet to try and view the stream myself, I couldn't get it. But this carried on saying it was broadcasting. I didn't know what to do. So in the end I stepped out of the stream, came back in, and 3 or 4 people arrived fairly quickly, and we picked up and ran with it a little bit. So we're about at the 3-hour mark, aren't we? And I'm yet to cover the second half of the week, folks. Let's do that now, get that out of the way, and we'll see where we go from there. If you want to ask any questions, if you're new here, if you're wondering what's going on, ask. I'll give you a quick rundown. Other than that, I'm going to assume that the lurkers that are there and not taking part in chat, I'm going to assume that you're old hands and that you just got me on in the background. Maybe your phone, tablet, computer isn't within reach. Maybe you're watching on a TV and typing on the remote controls, just not going to work. I was after my notes app, wasn't I? So we covered up to the end of Wednesday, did we? Yeah, with the weather forecast for this weekend, for now, softening. It had been really harsh forecast, it softened. That was the end of Wednesday. Into Thursday. This was where I walked Tina in the morning and then got back, I got coffee, got back into bed. And I'm sat here at about 9:30. I would swear there was somebody lurking outside the tent. And I heard a noise and I shouted, "Oi! Who's there?" It's my friend Colleen. Thursday morning she brings me a newspaper most Thursdays. Sometimes she'll come on a Friday or a Saturday, but usually it's on a Thursday. And she'll bring a newspaper and she'll bring either some biscuits or something for Tina, or a chicken carcass or a bone. But she'd forgotten them. She'd got the newspaper but she'd not got the bone. So she was just trying to sneak the paper in and get away before I noticed. Instead she shipped me right up, and I thought we'd got shenanigans with locals. But no, it was just it was my friend Colleen. I think I've mentioned this before, folks. I'm from a place called Darfield, a little village called Darfield outside Barnsley. And my friend Mark kind of introduced Colleen, and she comes and, like I said, brings me the newspapers and things. She's from the next village over, a place called Wombwell. W-O-M-B, Wombwell, if you're going to read it that way. But we say Wombwell. But imagine that. You come all the way out to Torrevieja and a person who's helping you is from the next village over. Anyway, this is Thursday morning. So Colin's sneaking about. We sort that out. I get the newspapers. I haven't done my quizzes yet this week. I haven't done the Sudoku and the crosswords and the quiz and the other logic puzzles. I don't know why not. It just didn't happen yet. Maybe in the morning. Anyway, I'm moving around in the tent. I'm around by the eco floors, and I happen to glance down at where one of the mouse traps is, and it's gone off. I can tell it's gone off by the position of this sticker on top, because it's so fierce that it hurts when it goes off. It has a big yellow warning sticker on the top, but the yellow sticker was down, not up. So this thing wasn't primed, it had gone off. And I had to look down into the shadows a little bit and find that it had got one. It had got a mouse. So I had to dispose of that over by the wood pile over yond. Long dead, no worries. I still don't like killing them, but I can't be having them. If you were here this time last year, I was absolutely tortured, absolutely pestered by the little blighters. I had 6 of them, well, I had 10 of them running around in the tent, it would appear. We killed, on the first night that I got the mouse traps, we got 6. And over the next 3 or 4 nights, we got another 4 or 5. And then nothing for months. But when you can hear them scurrying around, when they fall and they land on plastic or they're moving around, they're running through your supplies, through your food. Can't have that shit. Can't have that. Anyway, we got one. Now, this was the day when I decided to try the air fryer that my friend Karen here had brought me. So I went out, I got my big potatoes and I halved them and I made big kind of steak cut chips or fries if you're American. And I cut them, put them in a bowl, a little bit of oil, toss them about a bit, a little bit of garlic powder, a little bit of onion powder, a little bit of paprika, and shook it all up, put them in the air fryer, plugged it in to the EcoFlow, activated X Boost. So by default, my EcoFlow's output 300 watts. But X Boost will switch that up to about 600 with some magic to do with manipulating voltages and amperages, and tries to keep it safe. Only works with certain types of equipment, mainly heating type stuff. Heating and motors, but there's limits. Now 600 watts was the maximum these will go to. The air fryer says something like 1450 watts, so it's a different league altogether. But some devices will work even if you're giving them lower watts. An electric kettle, for instance, typically runs at about 2 kilowatts. But if you feed it 600, 900, whatever, it'll still work. It'll just take longer. So I was hoping that we'd get away with this with the air fryer. After all, it's just a heater and a fan. But no, its initial, I could get it to run, it would run the fan at about 30 watts. But as soon as I turned it up for any kind of heating element, it went I think it went to 650 or 680, 680 watts. I got this hard limit of 600. So it didn't work. So I had to transfer my, I had 2 options. I could throw my chips into a frying pan and stand outside, or I could move them across to the slow cooker, see what kind of mess I could make, trying to do chips, try to roast chips in a slow cooker. Yeah, no. Even though I put the towel inside the lid to try and absorb any steam, it's still a little too soggy. They cooked, they were edible, they were lovely. All those flavourings, that onion powder, garlic powder, paprika, all that stuff that cooked gorgeous. Just didn't have that crispiness. They were just very soggy and wet and limp. Totally edible, totally nice. After I'd done that, I decided to throw in some jacket potatoes. Baked potatoes, if you don't know what a jacket potato is. I did that. Jacket potato in the same, so some of those oils and you know that oil and paprika and garlic are in the bottom of the slow cooker, and I just throw some potatoes in and 2 onions with the skin still on, and I roast the onions and make baked potatoes. Gorgeous, lovely. But didn't get the air fryer to work, unfortunately, so that's going to go back to Karen to pass on to somebody else, I believe. Because I'd done so much cooking all day, I'd run the 2 EcoFlows down a little bit. So at the end of the day, when the sun's getting low, I moved one of the panels over to the other side of the field, what I call chasing the sun. Take the solar panel over one of the EcoFlows, got one of them up to 100%, brought that back, took the other EcoFlow across, connected it to that same panel. We only got that one up to 50%, but we've got one on 100, one on 50%, all's good, all's well in the world. That, folks, is pretty much close to play Thursday into Friday. This is that I was just saying about the EcoFlows, one on 100%, one on 50. This is very important just now. I get the panels lined up as normal on a morning, make sure both EcoFlows are plugged in. One pops up, 50%, marvellous. The other one turns on, spins, does its thing, its initialization, that's a better word. 0%. What the fuck? I had one on 100, one on 50. I got the one on 50. Why is the one on 100 not showing as 100? Why is it showing 0? So I'm racking my brain. I'm thinking, did I leave the inverter on? Did I leave the plug socket kind of enabled but doing nothing? I think even if I did, it wouldn't have used all of the power. Why am I on 0? Anyway, I plug it in, the sun comes up, moves around, sun's on the panel, starts to charge. I look away for a few seconds, it's on 3%. I'm like, it takes longer than that. I look at 6%. Fuck. 30 seconds later, 9%. This, like 3% should take, I don't know, half an hour. Maybe not half an hour, quarter of an hour, let's say. This thing every minute or so is clocking up 3%. I'm looking, I'm thinking, I get my phone out and start to record this thing. It hits 30-something%, maybe 40%. No, I haven't got my phone pointed at it. I've activated the screen recording function because I can't believe what I'm seeing. The next thing you know, it hits 35 or 40%, whatever, and it just goes, it stops charging. It's on 40% and it's not accepting any input. And I'm panicking at that. I'm like, what the fuck's gone? And then it just goes 100%. So it stopped charging because it had already hit 100%. It just wasn't showing it. Something had gone wrong with the battery management system at some point. And when power was coming in, it was just confirming that each of the cells or something was charged, is my best guess. They were all fully charged, but the battery management system had lost track of it, and it was just using a little bit of power to try and force some power in. I was on 100 really, but it was displaying as 0 and then fractions of. I got no real I'm guessing at the cause of that, but heart attack when you think that your thing's on 100% and you start it up and it shows zeros. It only took 15 minutes to go from 0 to 100%. Yeah, I don't know, folks, what do you do? Technology. So this is first thing Friday that I'm getting the shenanigans with the EcoFlow. Now, Friday. All week long, the forecast had been saying Friday was going to be like a clear blue sky all day. No clouds, not a cloud in the sky. Clear skies all day. That's what it said all week. I was looking forward to Friday because all the other days had been either hazy or cloudy or a mix of sun and cloud. A full day of sun, 2 new solar panels. I've been looking forward to it. Kind of hazy, kind of high cloud. Nothing obvious that you could see. So she had a white sky rather than a blue sky. You couldn't actually distinguish any discernible clouds. You just had this white sky. But the sun was kind of there and kind of shining through. The panels were getting 40 or 50 watts. And that was big parts of the day. Suddenly though, 9 o'clock in the morning, the weather forecast says, oh, 60% chance of rain in the next hour. But clear for the rest of the day. It didn't happen, no rain. But it wasn't clear either. It was this hazy white cloud or mist, or I don't know. But it wasn't that lovely sunny day I was expecting. That afternoon I'm walking Tina on the track here, and I'm like usual, I'm carrying the back end. I've got her up and off the ground. We're walking along. I see an old guy on a bike coming down. I know what Tina's like, so I take her off the track, off the road, to let him past. He draws alongside and he stops and he starts talking in Spanish. Well, su perro enferma, you know, your dog's ill. Sí, piernas no funcionan. The legs don't work. You feel free to correct my Spanish, anyone who's actually better at this shit than me. I had to look up a few days ago the difference between piernas and piedras. Stones versus legs. I knew there were similar words. I had to look up which was which. Do you know how I remember it? The R and A in piernas. R and A is like biology, bodies, whereas the other isn't. You got to have a system. You need a memory hook sometimes. You need a way to remember shit. But we had a little chat for about 5 minutes. He's asking me stuff, and I'm trying my best to answer. But then he... I'm like, I have no fucking clue, mate. Lo siento, amigo, no entiendo. Para mí español es muy difícil. They just speak too fast sometimes. I'm like, I'm listening. I'm trying to process it. I'm trying to pick out the odd word out of a sentence. I got nothing. So the conversation comes to a kind of a stilted end. We were fine on the basic stuff. Your dog is ill. Oh yeah, legs don't work. How is this? Oh, su casa, he says, pointing at the tent. See, Vivian aquí. Yeah, I'm living here. Yeah. All of that. But we just 2 and 3 word sentences we can manage. As soon as he launched into gone, just gone, nothing. Lovely old bloke though. 5 minutes later, we'd come back into the tent, and just as we were getting in, he came back past and gave a nod, gave a wave. Where am I? We're on Friday. Here we go. That's about it. Oh, I did a short TrampCast that night, didn't I? And it wasn't my best. I do apologise. Whether it was lack of preparation, whether it was lack of sleep, whether I just wasn't in the mood, whether it was the heat. I think the heat was a biggie. 19 degrees at 10 o'clock at night in April. A little bit ridiculous. You don't normally get that kind of 20-degree nights. You don't normally get those until mid-June, maybe sometimes early June. Once you get them, once you got those tropical nights where the temperature doesn't fall below 20, like last year it was a record breaker. They had more of those tropical nights last summer than in any other year, I think, ever. It was a record breaker. And the thing was, it was almost unbroken. From when they started to when they finished, there weren't many nights there weren't many nights that did fall below 20. And we almost had one the other night, Friday night. Ridiculous. Compare that with this, where it's been bucketing it down for 3.5 hours. Did it ever actually stop, or did it just slack off like this? I don't think it stopped. So from 9:30 until now, is that 4 hours? Coming up for. Anyway, where was I? TrampCast Hangout, Friday night. Saturday again, dull and overcast, but not the rain that had previously been predicted. Remember at the start of the week, 5mm of rain Saturday, 20mm Sunday? Yesterday didn't rain. Dull, overcast. My aim was just to try and keep the EcoFlows topped up, and if I could get 10, 15 watts coming in and just keep these topped up. If it drops below 15 and the EcoFlow won't charge itself, plug the tablets in and that 11 or 12 watts will just pass through and charge your devices. That was going to be the battle. But then we got to what time did we get to? I don't know, mid-morning, and suddenly we had a little bit of sun. Suddenly we were getting 20 or 30 watts. But not for long. But it was enough to top stuff up. And early afternoon, my friend Tom visited. Back in the country. He went home to Ireland for... he didn't go home for Easter per se, but he went home and it coincided with Easter. But he's back now. And he's got a friend coming to visit. I think he was picking him up last night. And they're going to come and visit me together sometime. Which would be nice. Always nice to meet new people. Say hello, sit down, have a beer maybe. So that was Tom. And later yesterday afternoon, so I'd said about how the forecast for Sunday had been 20mm, and then it dropped off down to 5 and 4 and a little bit lower. Suddenly last night the forecast started to go back the other way, up to 7mm. And then, as we know, this morning the forecast was saying rain. Every hour today was supposedly going to rain. 40%, 50% and above each and every hour. And each hour it backed off from it, and didn't happen until a little bit of rain this morning, 8 o'clock, a little bit of rain. That was Saturday night into Sunday. Big Clive, I watched Big Clive. I watched Scruff Dog. Scruff Dog had a bad accident this week. Basically crushed his finger to the point where the end burst and splattered blood out, and the inner bits were hanging out. I don't know if it all stitched back up. He still might lose the end of his finger. I think that was Wednesday. But he did his Saturday night show, and Clive, who was on before him, came on Scruff Dog's show. So there was kind of an extended Big Clive session. So for anyone who doesn't know, I watch Big Clive every week. Big Clive's like an electrical engineer, an electrical genius. Scruff Dog is a forklift maintenance engineer, I guess would be the words. I'm not sure. Repairs all of the different forklifts, the V&A trucks and the cherry pickers and all of that warehouse gear. His company are contracted by people like Amazon and stuff, in the Baltimore area, in, I would say, Maryland. They wouldn't pronounce it that way, but I'm not going to try and pronounce it their way. But that's where he's at, and but he got his finger crushed to fuck, and yeah, really bad. Hope it's okay. But anyway, folks, yeah. So last night it was Clive, then it was Scruff Dog with his After Clive, and it was Clive after Clive along with him, which was fun. So yeah, like I said, into Sunday morning, it rained overnight, but very light, like spitting, like now. This sounds worse than it is because I'm in a tent with a tarp over the top. magnifies the sounds. I'd be able to walk Tina now and stay out there for 5 or 10 minutes, come in, and still be kind of more or less dry. It does magnify it a little bit. It does blow it out. So this morning rained a little bit, but as it eased off and I walked Tina and got my coffee and got back into bed and did the things, lined up the solar panels as I said. Always a little bit of an adjustment to make at 8:30, whether I've got them this way, that way, this too much forward, too much back. You got to pull them back here to get so that the shadows from those trees over there. Oh, I didn't get you. You went away. The trees over there, so the sun has to come above the trees, and the shadows are there. So it's where to position things to get the earliest possible kick-off to get an early start with the panels. But do all that, coffee, bed, back into bed. 9 AM this morning though, so 8:30 I'm normally getting 40 watts per panel. This morning 9 AM was still dark. That's how overcast it was. Literally dark. Clearly we weren't going to get any solar in a rush. 9:30 the rain eases off a little bit, immediately gets brighter, to the point where we're getting 20, 21 watts. And so again, that's enough to charge the EcoFlows. So overnight I've run the fridge a little bit, I've charged the tablets and phone. Want to get everything up as close to 100% as possible. Maybe have enough power spare to run the fridge some more. At 10 o'clock though, not just have we got a few watts eking by, we suddenly got full on fucking sunshine. This is a day that was supposed to be raining, or it's dull, overcast and raining each and every hour all day long. And I got this, I showed you the bar graph earlier of how the rain's gonna be in the next 6 hours. And it would have rain in every bar. And let's say 9 while 10 is gonna rain according to the bar graph. As you get to 8:45, suddenly that 9 while 10 bar chart, the specific bar within the bar chart disappears. Oh no rain in the next hour. But 10 while 11, oh you betcha. 9:45 disappears. No rain now, but 11 while 12, oh you betcha. Done that all day. And we carry on getting usable power. Not a lot. Sometimes it'd be as low as 15 watts. Sometimes it'd be as high as 40. But it's done that all day. On a day that the weather forecast said dull, overcast and raining all day. And then you saw what happened at 9:30, 10 o'clock when we started the stream. Absolutely torrential. For an hour and a half, 2 hours. Still hasn't stopped yet. Still going. Very lightweight, but still going. Yeah, each hour the rain forecast receded, it just disappeared. I did at one point though, I noticed this cloud of flies at that end of the tent. And this is when I noticed that. So I've got this box with potatoes, onions. You're not really supposed to keep potatoes and onions together. But I generally don't have that much fresh veg. So anyway, they're in this box. And along with them, I've got some broccoli and some cauliflower. But they're in a plastic bag. They're each in separate plastic bags. The broccoli in particular was in the original packaging, supermarket, wrapped tight, and was kind of sweating and attracting the flies. The cauliflower had 2 spots of kind of black that had gone in. Just 2 tiny, smaller than the tip of my little finger. I took the thing outside, I put a sharp knife in, just turned it around and gouged those spots out, brought it back inside, job done. The broccoli was kind of wet through on the head. I put that outside just to dry off for a little while. And now there's a lot less flies over there, although as you've seen I do still have a few more than ideal in here. I don't know whether that's from those, I don't know if it's from something else. I often have 3, 4, 5 bags of food from different people that have dropped off, And sometimes there'll be like a tomato in the bottom that I've missed, or a pear will go overripe. Stuff like that happens. Um, so sometimes I find one problem, think I've solved the flies, and it'll turn out there's something else as well in a different bag. I'll have a look through what I've got left now. These bags are all from a week or two ago, and it's remnants now, but I can consolidate them or sort them, put things elsewhere. But yeah, this is that's been today really. Um, where were we? Was I talking mainly Saturday? Oh, rain overnight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Walked in a coffee bed, 9 a.m. Still dark. Yeah, okay, we were on Sunday. Actual sunshine, then proper real sunshine, and the forecast receding as the day goes away. Broccoli and cauliflower I've just talked about. Um, 7 p.m. I gave up. I was waiting to see whether proper sun would come back out again, but it didn't. And I set the panels up ready for tomorrow. Sat down or laid down here to have a nap. Again, it didn't really happen, so I just typed up these notes that I've just been reading to you. And that's my Sunday, folks. That's really been my week. Dominated to a large extent by the weather forecast for today. Right back from Monday or Tuesday when I first saw that we were supposed to get 20 millimeters of rain today. And then suddenly, I didn't even mention this, suddenly this morning, they said it was going to be 12 millimeters in 1 hour. That would be quite frightening, considering the broken flood defences at the top of the field. I don't know, folks. I'm going to say cheers to you. I'm not going yet, don't worry. I'm going to hang on for a little while longer. I do just need the little boy's room, though. Those 6 cups of coffee and 2 cans of beer are getting to me. If you give me 2 minutes, I will be right back. Probably less than 2, but, you know. I've got to climb out of here and bum shuffle that way. Get under the curtain at the end of the bed. Do my stuff and then get back. 2 minutes. Hello, hello. I'll have a quick catch up with chat with you in a moment. As soon as my hands dry. I don't know whether I can reach my towel over the top of Tina. I can reach, I just can't find it. No. Where's my wash kit, darling? Why is that wet? Why is that cushion wet? We've got water in it. We have as well. The bedroom floor's wet. Okay. Not exactly a surprise after what we went through. Oh, here's my towel. That's probably wet as well, isn't it? It is. Here's my wash kit. Towel needs a wash, actually. My wash kit needs washing, darling. Eh? Or a new towel. I've got new towels tucked away somewhere. Yeah, I was going to say that the floor at the other end of the tent is starting to get a little wet. It's not coming in from above, it comes in under. The floor of a tent rubs on stones and things. You always get some holes in the fabric, the plastic at the bottom. The water in the field runs under the tent a little bit, comes in through the holes. So it's a little bit wet down that side of the bed where Tina has a couple of cushions. Where am I here? Red hair coming in Ireland. Did Tina finish the chicken? She did indeed. Absolutely. I had some. The dog doesn't get it all. Andy's still here lurking. Oh, that was at 103. That's a while back. I'm 40 minutes behind with chat. Andy said do it. I don't know what that was about. It's probably me saying some words. I don't know. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, said Farmer. And then he gives a link. I need my sleep. Good night, everyone, said Karen. A good 127, a good quarter of an hour ago almost. Sorry, folks. Has my chat, have you all deserted me, or has it frozen? Oh no, Karen was the last chat. I'm back, folks. If you want to chat, I am back. We're looking to hit that 20. We always want to hit number 20 on the likes. That's always a good one, if we can do that. Always appreciated. I do have some science topics. And where are we? We're 3 hours 40 odd in, aren't we? 3 hours 40 in. I do have some science topics that we can discuss at some point. We already covered the space stuff, the moon stuff, which there's no science there. We've done all the moon science. Rocket science is a known thing. The moon, there's not that much science to do there. Lower gravity, different rock composition. It's engineering. It's an engineering trick now. Even the landing, it's engineering rather than science. We know the science. Build a moon base. That's building. That's construction. Engineering if you must. Especially if you're going to use regolith to make bricks or blocks or use it as the stuff within some kind of 3D printer to print buildings from the regolith. That's the moon dust. Soil. Soil's not the right word. Soil is a living thing. But the dust, the rocky dusty stuff on the moon. Regolith. But there's all sorts of talk about whether they can make some sort of 3D printer with using that as like a cement, so that we don't have to transport materials there. Other ideas include inflatable domes, inflatable buildings. What could possibly go wrong? Or just take capsules and things with you. Don't know. It's not science though, is it? It's not science, it's engineering. The whole Artemis project, I've said already, it didn't spark anything with me. It's nothing we haven't done already. Landing vertically on the moon, if that's what we end up doing, that would be new. Just landing vertically on rough ground with craters and stones and things. We haven't done that on Earth. We're doing it on a platform that on waves. But other than that, it's flat pads in Kennedy Space Center or wherever. Don't know. But others, what else is happening in the world, folks? I don't know. I don't want to get into politics. Let's not do. Have we got a spot or a bite? I can't see. Talk to a tramp, folks. How's your week been? How's your week? Have you had a good weekend? Here I go now, being the quartering. There's some internet drama for you. If you know who the quartering is. Most of you probably don't, so we won't go there probably. The quartering, supposed to be a political commentator and news kind of channel. But he hums and hers and ums. And then there are allegations about him lusting after his female co-stars, co-presenters. And someone who's making these allegations, suddenly their channel disappeared. And it's a big thing amongst YouTubers that you don't take down someone else's channel. You don't mess with someone else's pay packet. You don't take money off someone else's table. Even if they're giving you grief or calling you all the names under the sun. Have I got a leak? I can hear a drip, and I'm not sure if it's inside or out. I hope it's out. Anyway, yeah, the quartering. We won't go too far off into that. I do follow some of these internet people like Asmongold and Tectone, Hassan Piker. I don't follow Hassan, but I follow news about him. So-called lol cows. People who get milked by the rest of the internet for laughs. Question, folks. Are we going to keep going for a while? If we're going to keep going for a while, I might open the wine. If we're not, I'll just go for a beer. But I'm a little bit bored by it. I think I quite fancy the wine. At 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, is it? Where are we? 1:45, yeah. But if we're keeping going, I'll keep going if you keep going with me. How's that? Let's have a look. I'll probably only have a glass or two of this and put the stopper back in afterwards. If I can do this with an audience. Never goes right when you do things with an audience. What do you think? Will it go smoothly? Or will the cork break into 100 pieces? Or will it just not come out and make a clown of me? Oh, that wasn't a very good pop, was it? So this medium sweet, did we say? Vino Blanco semi-dulce. Medium sweet. Laquero, maybe? Is that a G or a Q? Laguero. No tengo ni idea. I don't know. I think it looks like a G. Laguero. Oh, that's okay. Semi-sweet white wine, it says in English under the Vino Blanco semi-dulce. Embotellado? No, embotellado por Winex Food. Okay. Bottled by Winex Food SL, which I guess is a limited company. Corte de Jumilla. And then KM6, whatever that means. And then an address, which we don't need to know. Producto de España. Product of Spain. Contains sulfides. Oh, it just says that in lots of different languages. 11.5% by volume. I shall have it in my usual glass, which is suitably encrusted. That's a goodly first glass. And nice and stable on the floor. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about? I got some science stuff that we can devolve to. If you wish, stop if you've got other questions. If you're new here, you want to ask the who, how, what, when, where, when. Why are you a tramp? Why do you live in a fucking field? Why don't you just go back home to England? Why don't you dig a hole and grow some potatoes? All the questions. Feel free. They've all been asked before. I can answer them all. Gonna come out with that bunch of notes. And fucking little fly again. Out of there. And into. I'll take random questions. What's your favourite this? What's your favourite that? I'm open to them all. But if nobody has got anything else to talk about, I do have some sciencey topics here somewhere. Hold on. They're in a different order on the two devices, which loses me. Oh, we could talk, before we do the science stuff, let's talk about what I've been watching this week. Or what you can join in with. What have you been watching? YouTube, TV, whatever. What have we been watching, folks? There's a question that you can join in with fairly easily. Do you watch actual TV? Like broadcast TV? Does anybody watch broadcast TV anymore? I gave that up years and years and years. Even before being homeless, I gave up broadcast TV mainly. Even in Britain, I was mainly a YouTube and Netflix. I mean, I had a Netflix. I was an early adopter of Netflix. Being a tech kind of guy, internet and tech and all that. What does Amazon call theirs? Amazon Prime Film or whatever it's called. I remember when that was called Love Film, when it was a separate company before Amazon bought it. I believe it was British. They bought that and that became Amazon Prime's film and TV branch, or arm, wing, whatever you want to call it. But I was with Netflix very early on. Almost as soon as they were a thing. I mean, they were post DVDs are back and forwards to begin with, but that was never their true intention. They were always going to become an internet-based streaming service. That was always the plan, but the internet wasn't there yet. Broadband wasn't fast enough or reliable enough. Computers used to struggle to play a video once upon a time. If anyone remembers those days, just the act of playing a video on a screen. If anybody remembers real networks and the real player, that's how far I go back with all this internet video stuff. I go back to internet fucking MP3 stuff when downloading an MP3 took about an hour. That might be overstating it slightly, but downloading a CD would take 2 or 3 hours. Once upon a time, that was at full speed when Napster first started. You had your Napsters and your LimeWires and do I remember any others? I was the one for the Usenet news groups. I used a piece of software called Binary Newsreader, BNR, and then BNR2. The news groups, that was where it was at. Usenet news groups, folks. But downloading your music and videos and things from there. And no, I don't mean those other videos. They were there, though, weren't they? There was a lot of images available to be downloaded. Yeah, the 90s, folks, the 90s. Especially the early 90s. 93, 94, 95. Those were the days. Where was I before I so rudely interrupted? I was going to tell you about what I've been watching. I've discussed Clarkson's Farm, Diddley Squat, and all that. I watched that in one day, the 4th season series. I've also been downloading. I'm trying to download all of Humphrey Bogart's films, and I think I've just about got them. But what I'm really missing, I want his radio work. Is it called Bold Adventures? Bold Ventures, maybe. Him and Lauren Bacall in a series of radio plays where they play detectives. She's called Sailor. I want those. I love those. I love Bogart and Bacall. Any of the films they're in, but anything with Bogart. So I'm trying to get all of those. I think I've got them. I have to double check that I've got each and every one. But I've also been trying to download a TV series. I always want to say Murder in Paradise. It's Death in Paradise. It's a BBC, again, detective show set in the Caribbean. And I remember where I was up to when I was in the UK watching it, or even when I watched some out here when I first moved out here. But I downloaded a season of it and I watched it and I didn't know who anybody was except for the main character, the main detective. All of his support staff, I had no idea. So I went back and I downloaded the season before. And I still didn't know who any of them were. And now I'm now back another season and I've watched a couple of them be introduced. But I'm still not sure how we got from the bunch of people that I do know to this bunch. They arrive to a couple of them, but I don't know where the others. So I think I've got to go back another. I think I've got to go back another series, another season, It's for anyone who doesn't know. It's a British detective series set in the Caribbean, but if I said it's a bit run of the mill, it's very pleasant to watch. It always does the Agatha Christie setup at the end, get everyone together in the room, and the detective will talk about some clues and either trick the guilty people into giving themselves up, or he'll just surprise them and just call them out in front of everyone else. That whole get all the suspects in the room at the end. But when you watch it, you can spot the clues. It's usually he usually makes a big deal out of something and nothing. An episode I watched yesterday, he made a big deal about a toothbrush being upside down in the glass, and you could tell this was going to be a thing. It's the what's he called? With his shotgun. Russian author, shotgun. Oh, fuck. Basically, the idea is you're not supposed to include anything unless it's important. So if they include it, you know it's a thing. Russian author, shotgun. Let me just... I know. I'm sure I've done this before. Russian author, shotgun. Could just be gun, but Chekhov. Chekhov's gun is a famous literary principle from Russian author Anton Chekhov. This was before he was in Star Trek. No. Stating that every element in a story, like a gun displayed on stage, must be necessary and used later, otherwise it just shouldn't be there. Notably using a shotgun in The Seagull, which I'm not aware of. Chekhov's gun. Sorry for the Star Trek reference, that's just silly. Mr. Chekhov. For a first mouthful, that was okay. That's a lot sweeter than I would normally have. Where was I? Death in Paradise. Yeah, it's a little bit obvious. Maybe not the actual resolution of who done it, but you can see that this insignificant factoid is going to be a major factor in the resolution of the plot. And then you get the denouement, the reveal at the end, where they're all in the room together. Very Agatha Christie. Miss Marple does it. The other guy, the Belgian, Hercule Poirot, he does it as well, doesn't he? Get all the suspects together, talk through, blah, blah, and then the reveal. Usually with some kind of fake red herring, accuse one person and watch for the relief on the other one, and aha, but it wasn't you, was it? It was him. Well, a little bit obvious sometimes, but like I said, Death in Paradise, I like it, but I've like downloaded, I think, season 13, and then 12, now 11, and I think I'm going to have to go back to 10, maybe even 9, to have a basis to know who the characters are. Yeah. It's fun though. It's great though that you can just download this shit. It's all... like my dad said to me when I was about 10, learn and understand computers. The man who can control computers will be able to just do what he wants, get what he wants. How much is Netflix nowadays? It was like $7.99 when I had a membership. Let's look it up. Netflix UK. I'll go with Netflix UK because that'll give me numbers. That gives me a comparison to when I paid $7.99. And it has to be the advert. I don't want to be doing like the light or whatever where you still get adverts. How much is Netflix UK per month? Range from $5.99 to $18, but the $5.99 will include adverts. And yeah, no, fuck, that's not what we're looking at. $18.99. Oh, standard is $12.99. So what's the premium at $18.99? What does that get you? Standard with ads. I mean, that's just a disgrace. You get Netflix, so you didn't have ads. That was the whole point of getting away from fucking television. Standard, full HD, 2 devices, ad-free, optional 1 extra member. Oh, the premium is Ultra HD or 4K with HDR. But they sell you that. I've heard people talk about this. I think it was Lewis Rossman. They sell you it, and then it turns out it only works with a subset of graphics cards. So you can be paying for this super 4K whoop-de-doop-de fucking thing. You're paying for it, but it'll just never work for you because you've got the wrong computer. Car manufacturer today. 3-year-old cars, they've rescinded all of the features. They've turned them off. They've flicked a switch at headquarters, and all of the extras that you bought and that were included in your car now don't work. I didn't read the article. I don't know what the features are. Probably brakes and windscreen wipers. You know, seat belts, airbags. Probably those luxury items. Was it BMW with the heated seats wanted to charge a monthly fucking subscription? That takes me back to previous conversations about Lewis Rossman and right to repair and how that ties in with the idea you buy things and then you don't own them. You ever been on one of these sites like Google or Amazon? You can either rent a film, so you pay to watch it over the next 2 or 3 days, that's renting, or you can buy the film and you own it. And let's say that you pay, I don't know, £10 or 15 quid or something, and you now own that film. But if Amazon lose the rights to that film and it disappears from their store, your purchase is gone. And then you have to read the small print and find that they use the word purchase, but we don't mean purchase. You have access. You have a limited license to access it, while ever we have a right to show it. You clicked a button marked buy or purchase. You don't own what you bought. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. You know my way on the high seas? I download it. It's on here. It's mine. Nobody can flick a switch and take it away. You can't edit it and remove scenes 10 years later. It's mine. Store it on here. I can plug an external hard drive. On-the-go cables, folks. I keep telling people, the number of people who do not know about on-the-go either cables or adapters. You see this little socket here? Little USB-C. That little hole there. I plug a little dongle in there that has a USB opening, full size, the USB-A opening. And then I can plug I can plug a pen drive, I can plug a mouse or a keyboard, or the radio receiver from a set of wireless mouse and keyboards. I plug an external hard drive in. I can plug a fan in and have this run a fan. Anything that works from USB should work when plugged into an OTG, an on-the-go adapter. Let me check the phone because I'm probably running out of power. Oh, 51%. We're still okay. I'm rabbiting on, folks. I am rabbiting on. I do apologise. I was just talking about Death in Paradise, wasn't I, some time ago? And somehow I've ended up on right to repair and what you own and what you don't. Because these libraries where you buy things, where you buy a film, buy or purchase a film, you have to read the legal terms where they redefine what the words buy and purchase mean. You bought it, you paid full retail value for it, but you don't fucking own it. If the store goes away tomorrow, so did all your films, or TV series, or whatever it was that you bought. Where am I for time? We're just on 4 hours, 10 minutes or something. We are. I might go to 4.5, I might go to 5 hours, folks. I don't know. Is there anybody out there? Is anybody talking to me? The last comment I've got is Farmer saying good night, Karen. Is there anybody out there? Knock once for yes and twice for no. I think I've bored you all. Maybe you're all just away from keyboard. Maybe you're all using me just to fall asleep to. Me and my dulcet tones. Okay, what else have I been watching? Not much in terms of TV programs. I've still got a backlog. I'm halfway through the second season of War of the Worlds, the 90s TV, I think 90s TV series with Jared. Can't remember. I'm supposed to be working my way through Person of Interest, and I'm stuck halfway through the first season, I think. Never did get past episode 10 or 11. And I don't know why, because I like that program. I have just downloaded all of the Mr. Men. I mean, they're in process, they're in progress. In progress? In process. What's the correct terminology there? Phraseology. They're happening. The Mr. Men. And documentaries about the Mr. Men and things about little Mr. Men and little little misses. Whatever that was called. Different generations of it. I'm old school. I like the Arthur Lowe, Captain Mainwaring versions from the 70s. Good memories of most of those. I have got Mr. Ben downloaded somewhere. I think I finished watching those. What else have I got? I got the first 5 episodes of The Magic Roundabout. I should get the rest. I wonder if Rainbow's available out there. Not the American thing with Geordie LaForge. Not that. Rainbow with George Bungle and Zippy and Jeffrey and Rod, Jane and Freddie later on. Did I miss anybody? George Bungle, Zippy, Jeffrey, Rod, Jane and Freddie. I think that was everyone. Pipkins would be another good one. I have got the entirety of Rent a Ghost. Here's the idea, folks. Come the apocalypse, if you've got a hard drive with entertainment on it, a screen and a way of powering a screen, EcoFlow, solar panel, screens, plural, plus entertainment, you'll be of great value to other people. Can all be can be copied across from an external hard drive onto the phone and onto other people's devices, other hard drives, whatever. Come the zombie apocalypse. You gotta think. Or the alien invasion, if that's what it is. Whatever that big apocalypse that might... nuclear war, nuclear winter, survivors, whatever. TV series Survivors, I tried to download the 70s version. So if anyone doesn't know, the BBC did a program, was it called Survivors or The Survivors? This is a debate. The 1970s version was very, very popular. And then in the mid-80s they tried, or was it the 90s? They tried to do a new version. Actually, it might be in the early 2000s. Now I come to think of it. They had another go at it when it died a death. So whereas the first one had 3 or 4 seasons or series, I have become quite American in my terminology. Seasons. They are series. I'm British, god damn it. The one in the either 90s or 2000s, I think 2000s, one and done. Wasn't picked up for a second series. Like so many sci-fi shows in Britain. There have been many, many over the years. Tripods. If anyone remembers Tripods, I think that was 80s again. 2 or 3 seasons. Story didn't finish. It just left. The BBC released a comic book to finish the story. Imagine you're 3 seasons in, 3 series in, to a 4-series story. And to get the end of the story, you have to buy a kid's comic book. Was that a John Wyndham? That might have been a John Wyndham book originally. Not sure. I get confused when I try and remember some of these things I read as a teenager. What was the chrysalids? You had the Midwich Cuckoos, which in Britain was more famous as Village of the Damned. The original, 1960s or 70s. America had a go with Superman and Kirstie Alley. That was all right. It wasn't great, but it was all right. What was he called? I'm asking myself what's Superman's name, and I came up with Clark Kent. Oh, you know the one. Fell off a horse, hurt his back a bit, died. Can't remember his name. What the fuck is wrong with my memory? Christopher? No. I've got Christopher Eccleston in my head. That's not right. Christopher Reeves. Fuck. Isn't that weird? Because there was the other Superman. He was a was he a Reeve or a Reeves? George? He was a Reeves as well, yeah? Died trying to swallow a shotgun, if I remember right. Are we allowed to say that on YouTube? You got to be careful with your phraseology on YouTube. One wrong word and you're gone. And I do all the wrong words. Not tonight. One day someone will do a compilation of all of the wrong words. I guess my Bounty, Mutiny on the Bounty ran earlier. Might have crossed it, unintentionally might have crossed the line. I'll decide when I watch it back. If I need to do any kind of apology, I'll pin a comment in comments rather than chats afterwards. I'll watch it back tomorrow and I'll decide whether whether I need to ask for forgiveness or not. I don't think I ever have done yet. I might have needed to. I never have done. All the fucking words. And all the other words. What else have I watched? There are things that I've got lined up to watch. I said about having all of the Humphrey Bogart films. What would my favourite be? It's got to be Maltese Falcon, hasn't it? No. No. The other one. Sam's Bar. Play It Again. Morocco. It's the name of a town, isn't it? Casablanca. White House. How did I not know that? Casablanca. You played it for her, you can play it for me. Never just say play it again, Sam. That line never appears in the film. Play it, Sam. Play it for me. You played it for her, you play it for me. Good film. The other ones, what else? What's the one at the end of the chain of islands in the Keys? Oh, fuck, I can't remember the names of these things. I don't know which device this is even on. Come on, chat. Favourite Bogart film? Somebody talk to me. What else is happening, Mike? Superman. Yeah, Superman. Christopher Reeves I was talking about, wasn't I? I had Christopher Eccleston in my... I got the Christopher and I got diverted. My head's just like that. So it makes links and things sometimes. But then Reeves, Christopher Reeves, George Reeves. Were they both Reeves with an S? Both played Superman, one on TV, one in the movies. Both ended up dead prematurely. Yeah. Bogart films. Come on. In particular, I mean, what about the Bogart and Bacall ones? I'm trying to remember the name of the one. This is going to annoy me now. Florida Keys. Bogart and Bacall. Bogart, Bacall. How do you spell keys in America? Key Largo. Fuck. Why could I not remember that? I had the fucking word key in my head. She was an absolute babe. But wasn't she only 18 or 19? That's a little bit spooky. Bacall, Key Largo, age. She turned 24 in that year. I bet that wasn't their first film together though, was it? Bacall, Bogart, first film. Let's do that. Oh, that's not how you spell Bogart. Fuck. First film. Don't just give me a list of films. Answer the fucking question. That's Bacall and Bogart. Come on. If I stick a question mark at the end, does that make the AI jump in? Usually. Not today. Possibly to have and have not. In 44 of the ones that just listed here. A timeline of their Hollywood romance. This is where you come here, folks, for the education. You're talking with a tramp. What did we learn last week? I don't remember. Previous weeks we've learnt about Jaffa cakes versus biscuits. Cakes versus biscuits. We learnt about the difference between a tax and a duty. Reject all. Doesn't work. Your cookie selection, sir, is a fucking sham. The options are accept all, reject all which doesn't work, or show purposes which will give me a fuck off long list of shit I don't care about. Or even your X doesn't work to fuck off. Bad website. No website I coded would have ever fucking worked that badly. You look at the cast list of Key Largo. Bogart, Bacall and Edward G. Robinson. Plus, was the other guy in it? Was Peter Lorre in it? Might not have been in that one. He was in some of their other films, wasn't he? Lionel Barrymore. Who did I say? Peter Lorre. He was in Maltese Falcon, wasn't he? I gotta get them. I gotta get the full set downloaded, and then I want to watch them in order. All of Bogart's films in order. And then after that, I'll maybe look at some Lauren Bacall films without him. See where we go from there. But there are some greats. Who was the other guy that looked like Bogart? Do you know, was it They Drive by Night? What's that? Hold on. I've got half a fucking recollection in my head and I can't let something like that go. They Drive by Night. Who's in it? That's him. What's his name? Is it George Raft? Let me... Bogart was in that one as well. Ida Lupino and Anne Sheridan. But George Raft was the star. But he has a lot of the look of Bogart. So the film's about brothers. Are they the two brothers then? Is that why? I do like film noir. I do. I like old black and white movies in general, which I guess kind of ties in with a lot of film noir, but not in the way that the name kind of obviously suggests. But I love Laurel and Hardy films as well. They're corny as fuck, but I love it. I was trying to download I was trying to download a full videography of them a while back, but I couldn't find a complete. The ideal is you type in the name and just add videography at the end, or complete. Laurel and Hardy complete. Do the search. Something. Technical difficulties tonight, folks. I was just saying the ideal is that you type in whatever you're after, Humphrey Bogart or Laurel and Hardy, and just the word complete afterwards. All videography. and up comes a list, and you can either just select and get them all if you've got enough disk space on your phone at the time, or take the first 5, move them to your hard drive, take the next 5, hard drive. And you can either watch them at your leisure, or just have them stored in the background. And one day, if the balloon goes up, like I said before, zombie apocalypse, alien invasion, electromagnetic pulse, Carrington event, whatever, all of those really obscure things that preppers dream about, I'll have a nice entertainment collection. Solar panel, EcoFlow, screen, wire, cables, folks, cables. I've said this before, cables. You need more cables than you could ever conceive. I think the longest I've had any cable last, any USB, whichever, A, micro, C, blah, 3 meter extension, 5 meter extension. The longest I've had any cable last, 6 months maybe. If you treat it right, not standing on it and tripping up over it by accident, not abusing it. Some, what's the shortest? 2 weeks? Some are just tosh. Cables. If you're planning for the apocalypse, or just for off-grid living, or for financial hardship, get your cables now and look after them. I do have a whole host of things I'm trying to download that are just stuck in the queue and not going anywhere. Let's see if I can jog my memory. What have I got? I've got to be careful opening this program. It could... Oh, Danny Kaye. I'm trying to get a load of Danny Kaye films. I love all that. Danny Kaye, Bing Crosby. Some Sinatra films, but not all. Some Dean Martin films, not all. Yeah, I've got 3 or 4 Danny Kaye films in the queue. Some completed. The Court Gesture, A Song is Born. I think I've got Hans Christian Andersen and Walter Mitty, maybe. Whoa, what's that? Do you remember at the start of the program, folks? At the start of the show, if you were here, I said that 2 o'clock while 3 o'clock was due to be the worst with the weather. And then we had that really horrendous first hour and a half. Then the weather forecast changed to say no rain in the 2 o'clock slot. Yeah, apparently it's not raining. The weather forecast says so. What the fuck? Let me switch to the other weather forecast. This one says Hold on. Down here. By my finger. Over here, isn't it? 40% chance of 0.6 of a millimetre. This is worse than before. Holy shit. I can't even hear me. I can't even hear myself speak. That's ridiculous. I thought the stuff at 10 o'clock, 10:30 was bad. What the fuck? Let me know in the chat, can you actually hear me? At least Tina's asleep. I'm going to pull the covers up over her head. She doesn't want to hear that shit. Jesus Christ. I literally can't hear myself speak, folks. What time are we on? 2:35, so we're after the 4-hour mark. So when I end the stream, it will be post-processed and everything within about 20 minutes. I'm just wondering whether to carry on if I can't even hear myself speak. Like I said earlier, I do have a few science topics that we can fall back on. Keep the conversation going, if that's of use to anybody. I think my glass is empty though, folks. Major calamity. You gotta have priorities, okay? You gotta have a system. And that's not it. When you've taken the cork out, you can't... Not a bit more. It's a fairly wide glass, but it's not that wide. Wow, that was quite something, wasn't it? That's quite spectacular. I suspect if I was to walk out of the door now to the right here, to the road, there'll be a stream running down. There's a... It's... What's the word? It's eating away at the road. It is eroding, there's the word. Eroding the road. It's like I'm a fucking poet and didn't know it. It's eroding the road quite badly. I've mentioned in the past, there was one bloke trying to fill in the big rut that had been gouged out, and he was putting big stones, he was putting stones into the rut to pack it. And there was this woman who was dead worried her driving over these big stones was going to damage it. She was throwing the stones out. I've thought about, because I've got a little bit of spare time, I've thought about going around, gather up quite a few of the small stones, put a base down in the rut, then the big stones. So the problem with the big stones is they'll move as cars go over them, and initially that movement could be quite damaging for the cars because the big stones. But if you pack it with a bit of small stones first and then put the big stones in, the big stones can't move around as much. And then medium stones on top, and then little stones on top of that. Pack it all tight, maybe have someone drive over it a little bit, you know, like steamroller, and I thought about doing it. I'm just not sure that my efforts would be appreciated, and therefore I haven't fucking done it. Nothing worse than if I did start doing that, and then someone went over and one of these big stones moved, or a stone pops up and smacks the underside of someone's car, and they get all uppity, and then I'm the villain. So I don't know if there's a way to coordinate with these people. I don't know if they've got any kind of community group or housing association or tenants association, whatever the words might be. This wouldn't be like your American HOA. We're not. No, we're not doing that. I've got a friend called Karen, but that's as far as we go. Wow. That's the first time since 10 o'clock that I can hardly hear anything, and it's after 1:30, yeah? No, after 2:30. 20 to 3. I think it's still spitting, spotting, whichever word you prefer. Don't want to cause offence. Pick a word that you like. Ignore the other word. Don't take offence. Take a gate post. They're far more useful. They're very difficult to take apart, though, gate posts. I was doing it with a knife and I was doing it with a Mora knife and a stick of rebar. And I don't know if you've ever tried taking a gate post apart. So unlike a fence post, so a fence post is just a square cross section, and it just goes down to the ground. And whether it tapers to a 2-dimensional point or a 3-dimensional point, or whether it's just in and been dug in and set, whatever, it's just a stick. It's just a chunk of wood. A gate post, on the other hand, has all these intersecting things, these bits of wood coming at different angles with a different purpose. Oh my God. No. Just fucking no. I don't know why they do what they do. It's probably to do with the fact that there's going to be some kind of latch or lock and they need it to be stronger. And so they put a piece of wood in that way, and they put a piece of wood through that piece of wood and a piece of wood through that piece, and it all interlocks. And fuck, you try battening a fence post, yeah, the blocks, the big things on a pallet, yeah, you can batten the shit out of those and break off big chunks of. You try battening not a fence post, but a gate post. Oh my God. It's a whole different ball game. Whoever was number 20 on the thumbs up, appreciate you. That's fantastic. Always like to hit number 20. Even though I'm sat here prattling on about nothing in particular, I don't know. How did I get on a gate post? Taking offence. You see, silly pun about fences and gate posts. Fence post, gate post. It's just my head. I blame alcohol for most things in life, but not that pun. That could well have been my dad. That particular pun. I'm not even taking credit for it, folks. I disavow that, even though I'm the one that just said it tonight, I disavow being the originator of that particular pun. Okay, where were we? We were talking about TV series and things that I watch. We were doing Mr. Men and Rent a Ghost and kids TV, but kids TV that you've got copies of, not just random. We're not just going to start throwing out 70s TV series. You have to have or intend to get the whole series. So I've started my Magic Roundabout collection. I have the entire Rent-A-Ghost. I want to get the Ghosts of Motley Hall, because I remember loving that as a kid, and it's never been, as far as I know, it's never been repeated since. So whether it was actually trash and I was just too young to know. I did recently download the entire series of Ghosts, the UK TV program that started off all of the other. There's an American version, there's an Australian version, I think there's a Canadian version now. But the UK version was the original of that. I've got that. I watched the first season a few years ago. The first series. Let me be British, for fuck's sake. I make so many attempts to make myself be understood by our American friends. I've changed my own vocabulary. It's an interesting phenomena, but it's entirely unintended on my part. Can you hear the cars going through? You can hear them on a wet road, but then you hear a deeper as you go through a big puddle. And I'm in a big puddle, like if you've not been to Spain, you don't appreciate. You step off a curb in Spain, it can be 18 inches deep from the footpath to the road, because they don't put drainage in the road. There's no storm drain. Very few areas have got actual drainage in the roads. A grid, as we would call them in the UK, going down like to the sewers and carry the water away. They don't do that here. Unless you're close to an area where the water can just be offed into the sea, and then they'll have a little storm drain. If that rain that we just had, that 10 minutes, 15 minutes that we just had, if that had happened through the day and kids were at school, they'd be stuck. The buses would now be cancelled for the afternoon. And in the centre of town near the bus station, it would be knee deep with water. And in some streets, the bins, the dumpsters, as you will, would be floating away down the river that used to be a road. Just from that 15-minute downpour. Never mind the other couple of hours that we had earlier. Probably if I went on Twitter, maybe you've probably got videos of that now already. I'll have a quick look. I can't show you. I can't cut it in. I can turn the screen that way and show you, but Twitter, the hashtag Torrevieja. I'm probably on there because the stream, hashtag Torrevieja. th of February. Why would you do that? 11th of February 2024. There's oh, there's me. Shit. December 20th, 2025. That's Christmas just gone. Look at that picture. Can you see that all right there? I used to live there. That was here. 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. And the first day, I did one YouTube video, and then that night, the roof went through. That rectangle in the middle of the picture, that's the roof not being there. And all those other lighter coloured bits are me, those are duct tape holding the rest of it together. And that's my doorway where I would go in. Fuck. I was ever so proud of it when I built it. This was it on its last legs after 3 or 4 months. It's all me. Delta Mike, Delta Mike, Delta Mike. Tramp's fantastic Christmas dinner cooking with a tramp. Me and Kathy Mack, we are Torrevieja apparently on Twitter. Oh, Eduardo, the mayor. Okay. He gets a look in every now and again. Nothing, you would have thought that a search on a term like that would be bringing up the recent stuff. Not stuff from last Christmas. This must be tailored to me. That can't be what everybody else sees when they search for Torrevieja. Can't be. Latest. Let's do latest. Stuff posted an hour ago, but pictures are in daylight. Oh, here we go. Proyecto Mastral. Wet roads, but not flooded roads. No. I would have thought there would be more. Apparently no, not. Who knew? Okay folks, where are we for time? I guess I'm going to call it quits on the top of the hour. Is that alright with everyone? I'll give it another 6 or 7 minutes. Is it 6 or 7 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll call it quits there at that'll be 3 in the morning. Not a bad run for a considering the performance on Friday when I was really off key, and I don't know what was wrong with me. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. The lack of the nap beforehand, but I didn't get a nap today beforehand, and here I am 5 hours in. I didn't even get my coffee to go with this stream. Oh man, I can hear running water. Literally. This road is a river, this track, it's a stream. And probably so is the path through the field. There's a path through the field that isn't a path, it's a dry riverbed, basically, for when shit like this happens. I can hear gurgling water. That's ridiculous. I hope that's it over now. The weather forecast says it's carrying on raining until 5 in the morning, but I'm gonna hope not. Maybe they've updated the forecast. Yeah. Now they're just saying cloudy until and then sunny in the morning. Potentially no more rain. Finished here. It's just finished, farmer, the rain. Anything you can hear now is cars and water up on the main road. There's a bit of a gurgling kind of stream going on down here. It just went really heavy for about a quarter of an hour. My floor's wet in places, but not, it hasn't come in through the roof. It has come in from underneath. Yeah. The floor always ends up, I have to put my shoes, whenever we get a big storm like this, I have to wear my shoes for the next week. My carpet, tramp, tent, my carpet will be wet through for the next week. In my next tent, I'm not going to have a carpet. I'm just going to stick to the plastic floor. I don't know whether to keep the chair, the big Queen Anne chair type thing. I don't know whether to keep that either. or the TV. Think old insulation for the floor, many pieces. I have got many layers of plastic and carpet and stuff underneath, but I think that's part of the problem. When it rains and it runs down the side of the tent, sometimes in some spots it doesn't just land on the soil, it lands on plastic and then comes under the tent. So whilst I was creating a barrier to stop mice with these sheets of plastic and sheets of carpet, and also cushioning the floor a little bit so that if you drop your phone or something, you don't want it hitting a rock and breaking. If it's hitting 2 layers of carpet and 3 layers of plastic, kind of cushions the blow. And if you've seen, I knocked the phone over onto the floor earlier this stream. It often ends up on the floor one way or another. So yeah. Oh, okay folks. Oh, we've got not very many minutes left. I'm on my second glass of wine. That's a white wine, in case you can't tell. Quite a bit sweeter than I'm used to. Even though it's only a medium sweet. I am an oik, and I'm used to a deep dark red. Deep dark red. Better for cooking with as well. Although you can get into that whole bolognese discussion about whether it should be red wine or white wine, which leads into all sorts of discussions and debates. I've even argued with chefs in the past. No garlic in a bolognese. The traditional recipe was white wine, although they now say either. A little bit of milk at the end. All these little subtleties, all these things that you can have, can't have. Some things are an allowable modification, some are not. But the people in Bologna, I don't know what it's called. You got to be careful. There's a place in France with a very similar name, but they have an official recipe for your bolognese. No garlic. It's not an optional extra. Bit of milk at the end, that's an option. White wine, red wine, down to you. They give you the choice. But some things are yes, some things are no. You have to have your sofrito. It has to be chopped really fine. Maybe even nowadays blitzed. You're not supposed to be able to notice it. It's there giving a sweetness in the background, but the less you notice it. So not big chunks of carrot, big chunks of celery, big chunks of onion. Anyway, how did I get here? Why am I talking about bolognese? I don't remember. I sometimes take a tangent from a tangent. Optional extras. How did I get here? Options, optional extras. No idea. I'll make a note when I watch it back tomorrow. If I watch it back tomorrow, do I have 5 hours to spare? I guess we'll see. Somebody else is just giving us a thumbs up. Appreciated. Thank you. I am, however, calling it quits in about 3 minutes, maybe. Old foam insulation. See, my idea now, I want to try and keep this tent until the end of summer. My idea is the things in the far room, the things that are stored there, bedding, jackets, clothing, bags and bags of clothing and stuff. I want to get them off the ground. The tent leaks. We know it leaks. It's either going to leak through the roof eventually when the tarps get older, but it already leaks through the floor. I have like a double width pallet. So I can take everything out of there, put the pallet in if it fits. I haven't measured if it fits, and then put everything back on top of the pallet. And I've got some other planks for that I could just put on the ground and alternate. I don't want plank, plank, plank. I want plank, gap, like a pallet would be. Everything in that storage room, in that storage end, I should be able to lift off the ground by an inch or two. As my bed is here, if you remember in the past, my two mattresses were on the floor. And if I was here now, if that was the situation here now after today's weather, I would probably have moisture wicking up from the floor towards this upper mattress. But I'm on a bed, what do you call it? A bed frame. Without the legs, but there's a bed frame bringing me about 3-4 inches off the ground. Then there are thick planks on that are about 2 inches thick as well. So I'm about 6 inches off the ground, and then two mattresses, one on top of the other. So as long as we don't have, 3, 4, 5 inches of flood water in here hitting the bottom mattress, I should be dry. And as long as it's not coming in from above. It is. I've got 2 cushions and a quilt down the side of the bed that Tina likes to lay on. I just picked one up earlier and the bottom half of it's wet. So I'll have to put those out in the sun tomorrow to dry. No big deal. But my electric blanket used to be on the floor in this corner. Water. Electricity. Haven't used it in a year, but it probably did get wet at some point this past winter. I'll put that out, I'll air that out, fold it up and put it back in the other room. But it's a thing. Anyway, folks, I think I'm at an end. I got a lot of science topics here that we could have talked about. I managed to jibber jabber away without actually getting to them. I don't know how entertaining any of that was. At times I couldn't hear myself talk because of the noise from the rain. But I thank you for joining me tonight, and I will in a moment. Well, I'll say cheers to you first. Cheers to those of you that are here at the dying embers, at the close of business. Thank you for being here, folks. Thank you to everyone who joined. If you watch on the replay and you watch right the way through to here, thank you as well. Thumbs ups either live while we're here now or in reality, afterwards. All appreciated either way. I am about Farmer. Good night, my friend, and thank you for dipping in and out. More in would be better, but okay. The realities of life, I'm aware of these things. Where's my girl? I hid her. Hey, babe. She just woke up. I didn't wake her up, folks. I turned around and she did just sit up and look at me. Give me a minute. I'll just put the light on. That seems quite bright. You see my hand? I don't know how well you can see my girl. I'll put the flash on. Hello, baby. I know you don't really like the light. Show people that you are awake. Hey, talk to the peoples. You're meant to be the co-star. You got something in your eye. That's just your eyelash. That's okay. That's okay. You're doing really well tonight with this bad weather. I know you don't like all that noise on the plastic. Okay, folks. I'll leave her alone. Let her go back to sleep. It's okay, baby. You're okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. I'll give you a big cuddle in a minute when we say after I've said bye-bye to the peoples. There she is, folks. That's my girl. That's my coaster. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Ouch.